Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the online Olympiad. I shaved my beard, I went a lot handsomer, and now I am the new Simon Williams. Actually, this is about the big out producer. Simon had some, he and his Zoom had, how do you say that? Minor.
Falling out.
They're having a little bit of a breakup right now. So got this going on right now. He'll be back in the next round. So for now, I'm joined with the lovely Jovanka Houska. Everyone knows her, obviously. Go for the greatest thing we have going on. So let's talk a little bit about the standings right now. India versus Russia. Quite the matchup.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely amazing matchup. You know, you have to remember at the beginning of the competition, there was over 150 countries, and now it's boiled down to Russia against India. Russia, of course, the big chess juggernauts. You know, these are professionals. You have Nepomniachtchi, Grishuk, Dubov, Artemiev. It really is like a roll call of chess. Meanwhile, India are very promising. Of course, they have Vishy Anand on top board, who's actually not playing today. Then when you have Vidit and Hari Krishna, these are all amazing talents. And we mustn't forget the Indian juniors. We have Pragananda, Nihal Sarin, and of course the Indian women. These are the strongest women in the world. You know, it's really insane. I can't tell you about the level of the chess players here. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Perfect. Yeah, it's very fun. And they had a little difficult of a time together. If you can see the bracket right here, Russia actually waltzed over pretty much everyone. Hungary against the USA was really close. I actually saw a tweet of Sam Shanklin saying, if you can't find Made in 2, you don't deserve to be in the Olympiad Finals. And he wished Russia good luck. So that was a kind of a heartbreaker, I must say.
It was a heartbreaker. I mean, the Russians did have that little wobble, but yeah, and they were very dependent on luck. But that's the name of the game, you know. Of course, India also had didn't have such a smooth ride. They had to battle, you know, power cuts. Power cuts. Two of their players forfeited against the game in Mongolia, and in the top division, they also had to come back against Poland. Yeah, yesterday it was such a great battle match, you know, and they clinched it in the Armageddon. So yeah, all credit to them. So definitely we've had our thrills and spills on this online Olympiad, haven't we, Big?
Absolutely, and we're gonna see some amazing chess at the end here. So let's just jump into the tip.
Let's have a look. Yes,
let's go on right now.
Let's go to top board. So we have Vidit against Nepomniachtchi. Now, Nepomniachtchi for me is one of the most creative chess players around. Shall we take it from the opening?
Take it from the opening. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. So let's.
You know, you have to hard carry the openings right now, so no pressure. No pressure.
Yes, I'm not I have to kind of caveat this. I'm not an big opening expert. It's not my expertise, but okay, we have a Grunfeld. This is something that Nepomniachtchi is actually very famous for. So he takes d5. One of the things about the Grunfeld is that often it leads to very forcing lines, and that the play actually starts in the middle of the game. So knight takes c3. This is all standard. c5. This is a very common break, and white plays this main. Black plays this main line. So after knight f3, often black tries to put pressure on the center here. So castles, one of the things I like about the Grunfeld is so dynamic. Black relies on basically developing the pieces and putting pressure on this d4 pawn. And rook c1. So rook c1 has the idea that if pawn, oops.
That's a nice idea.
Well, I don't quite know what happened there, but after rook c1,
let's just stick to the position we have right now. I have to also
caveat. I'm not a technical whiz. So,
stick to the position we have right now. So can you actually, if you play a move for black now, let's say rook a6 or just a weird move, you can go into the analysis mode, right? You can do that. All right, so that's something to look at real quick, because it's going to be a really difficult to make out of that. But let's talk a little bit about the position at hand. Let's go one back. We're going to have to draw it the arrow way. So give us a little bit the insight on what black is trying to achieve.
Yeah, okay. So I will have to do it via talk or arrows. Yeah, I agree with you. So black 6. Okay, just doing a quick material count because we did whiz past everything. So 1, 2, 3, 5, and so white is a pawn up, and black really is playing on this development. It really is a case of structure against development. White's king is stuck in the center, and he has a lot of pressure against this c3 pawn, and of course black needs to do something against well, white needs to do something about this bishop that's hanging on b5. So I think some moves have been played. So we got c4, bishop takes b2, queen takes, and knight c6 and queen f6 here. So yeah, it's a really wild position here. I'm guessing that's something we're going to see something along the lines of knight coming to d4 to maximize play. And then, you know, you have a lot of open lines. So it does look pretty scary with this queen on f6. I mean, that's actually one of the most optimal squares for the queen when it comes to attacks, because it controls all the squares around this king. So I'm guessing we're going to see knight to d4, and perhaps black will start to attack this queen with rook f8. And remember, just to point out that white can't castle very easily if knight to d4 were played, because if he castled, then we do have this fork with knight e2 and knight takes c1. So yeah, uncomfortable. You know, white is a little bit uncomfortable until this king situation gets resolved, or so perhaps the queens get swapped off. Then yeah,
it's a little bit of a brain training for chat as well. Looking at all these things going in, a little bit of a brain training for chat going in as well. So I like. Well, let's switch board a little bit.
Yeah,
I think I need to ask you to refresh the page. So just go to the just press enter.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We have to do that in a bit, and then we're gonna go all good. But let's look at some other games we have going on right now.
Yeah, let's have a look at against Hari Krishna. You know, Hari Krishna hasn't actually played in the quarterfinals. Sorry, he didn't play in the quarterfinals or the semifinals, and he's actually, I think, playing in the Polish league. So here he's stepped in for Anand, and we have the following position. White is Artemiev and black is Hari Krishna. So this has come from an opening that I actually play. It's basically white has played the Reti, and black has responded by playing, basically, let's see if I take the position up to here. This is a reverse London system. So you often don't think of it as anything else, but you know, the bishop is here and you're looking at light square strategy basically, and it's one of my favorite things about the opening. I mean, I love doing this. You put all your pawns on light squares, you have very natural development with the knights coming to f6 and d7, and it's very solid. So you're very much depending on white doing something. So
by the way, Jovanka, we're gonna do a test. I want you to refresh one more time, and then you should be able to go into like the analysis mode.
Okay.
All right, so let's
okay, so hang on, wait 1 second. I've got some random game up, so let's go.
Let's take for black the pawn anyway, or let's make a move for white.
Let's try what happens after queen b2.
Hey, look at that! Look at that! You're a technical genius.
I've been given analysis rights.
All right, now you see that little turnaround. If you go to your mouse a little bit to the right, a little bit off screen, down a little bit more, almost there. Stop. A little bit up, you see like that refresh idea. So a little bit up. Yeah, that gets you back to the current position.
Yeah, okay. That's the flipboard.
That's the flipboard. So, but you need the one left of it. That one. That's your most important one right now, because that refreshes the position as it is. Now we can go ham in analysis. Yeah, do your thing.
Okay. So everyone is getting a... Are we live? Is this IT lesson on live?
This is, yeah, we are. You're welcome, chat. Next up, Control Delete.
Yeah.
All right.
It's what you're seeing here is someone who's not that technologically able being taught some lessons.
Great.
So
great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a kind of a very interesting position, and I just wanted to kind of point out here that black actually chose a very solid way to recapture. If you were to go e takes d5, then the pawn structure, as you can see, it's it's unbalanced. White has a pawn majority on the king side, and black has the pawn majority on the queen side. So this kind of means that the play becomes a lot more dynamic because of this potential to be able to push the kingside pawns. And Hari Krishna chose a decision that I personally would also have gone for, because I'm a solid player and I like positional chess.
Same person almost.
Yeah. C takes d5. I mean, I really like this structure. This pawn, I call it the wall, and it blocks this bishop on g2. And this bishop on h7, which you might be asking, well, that's not that great, but it has a lot of restriction. It restricts the white pawn structure. It can't push the pawn and take this d3 pawn, and white can't take space. So all the play now is going to happen along this open c line and this long diagonal here. So the board is looking a little bit messy, so I'm going to...
That's why we can draw now. This is where we can use the arrows. Let's go. No more arrows needed.
make a little bit artwork here. So yeah, so now I'm going to think we're going to see moves like, just take it away. I mean, if I were white, I would be looking at playing rook f to c1. Okay, I can move it. Yeah, rook to f to c1, and again, take possession of this c line. You know, if I can come with my queen to c7, this is absolutely brilliant. I mean, the goal of an open line is almost always to penetrate it on the seventh, get onto the seventh rank.
Yeah, really put it there.
Yeah. And we do also have, you always have to look at these kind of positions at the potential of opening these. And here we have the potential of opening the B line. You want to control that. It looks like it might be tempting as well for, say, if I were to play here, for black to play D4. But the problem with a move like this, while it does push back my bishop on C3, suddenly there's been pros and cons here. And suddenly this bishop on G2 becomes incredibly, and it becomes a very incredibly strong. And when you compare it with its counterpart on h7, that's not so good. So very, very dynamic kind of play.
All right, let's move on to the next game.
I like white a little bit, but okay, so let's move on to Humpy against Katerina Lagno. And
Humpy, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, absolute champion of India last round, winning Tal, actually. Oh, a very good game. Now playing against Lagno, which is the current, almost.
No, she's not the current women's world champion. She challenged. There were a lot of women's world champions, and there's a lot of women's world championship matches and cycles and things. And she challenged Ju Wenjun in 2018 for the women's world championship. They were both finalists in the women's knockout. So very strong player. She's a full, both players are fully fledged grandmasters. And here we have, do you want opening? Should we go into the Brunfeld?
Let's go into it.
We have a lot of moves,
25
moves. So
white looks like a very comfortable position right now, even though a weird double pawn on e4 and e3. I'm actually on oh no, never mind. This actually looks scary for white.
Yeah, it does look optically scary, but you have to remember that black is actually exchange down, and there is some point pressure on the king side. Well, there was some pressure on the king side until black played this very clever move, which is f7, f5. But the way that the players are playing very quickly, it does make me think that perhaps this is a little bit known. But I like this rook f2. Humpy, of course, as you mentioned, she was the heroine of the Armageddon match. She outplayed Monika Sochka. Very calm, very, very coolly done. And she's she's a great defender. And one of the big rules is when your opponent has pieces, and what I always split the board in half. So anything below the fourth rank, well, that's white side. Yeah. And white should really be possessive about that. Anything, the reverse is true for black, the fifth rank, and anything beyond that, that's black's. And any enemy pieces that come in, for instance, this rook on d2 and this bishop on c3, you've got to get rid of them. You've got to neutralize. And one of the kind of ways to think about doing it as well is which one causes more danger. Is it this rook on d2 or this bishop on c3? And this rook, I have to sit there and calculate now.
We weren't done yet.
Yeah. And we're just talking about the basic strategy when suddenly all these moves have come in. So now we have a whole load of things. So
yeah, probably queen e2 here, defend the rook on c2.
Yeah, queen e2, and then bishop takes rook.
3 will fall. That's the
pawn does fall, and the king is not safe.
Yeah.
So again, but you're weak on. The thing is, though, the queen and the bishop, they're a mighty attacking pair, but they're not that great because they work exceptionally well on the dark squares, not so well on the light squares. And there is the issue that if I do hide my king, say for instance on h1, if that doesn't lose anything, you won't be able to get to it so easily. So I mean, I also can hide I can play queen f2. If that...
Yeah, I don't think right now, because then you have bishop.
Yeah, queen d3 is a problem. So or king g2, I can
absolutely
again light squares. I mean, I'd probably play king h1.
So black here wants to play like e5, e4 as quick as possible and try just go for either perpetual or to promote that pawn, because b4 is going to be really fast.
Yeah, exactly. I think black doesn't have time for that. I think black will probably go for moves like queen f3 and then after queen g2, try to harass this rook.
All right.
And keep playing on this weak king. Let's
go to FIDE. I have a lot of people asking for Nepo because there's a sacrifice going on.
FIDE Nepo. Okay. Wow. Okay. and it's looking great. My calculation skills have been put to the test here.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's have a look. Let's be scientific about this. Okay, so white can play king to g3, which I don't particularly like because the knight can come to e2 check.
Yeah, that's true.
And another piece gets into the game. It's does this work?
I don't think it will work. What we want, we don't want to go into we don't want king g1 or king e3. Those.
No, you absolutely don't want to saddle your king to g1 because your king has got no flight squares.
Actually, made one.
You just say, okay, knight goes to e2 check, mate. Yeah. So you absolutely don't want. You want to put your king, first of all, where black can't introduce another attacker into the game, and or you want a square where the king can run. I kind of like to think of Forrest Gump, run king, run. Get out of there, scoot, skedaddle, anything. So king e1, what about king e1? But a king e1 I'm a little bit afraid of because I can see when I also kind of flip the position around in my head, and I think to myself, well, what actually does black want to do? And black perhaps wants to play queen e3 check.
Exactly. So like something like knight c6 is now in. No, not
yeah,
entirely.
I'm thinking knight f3 is even possible.
Well,
so
yes,
after knight f3, I have to take, and then the queen can come to e3.
At least a perpetual.
At least a perpetual. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is a perpetual. But yeah, I think so.
So
that tells me that.
What if we go to
elimination?
King e3? I actually want to go to e3 because you also have c5 at some point.
Yeah.
Let's try king e3.
King e3. Okay.
Yeah, let's go
king e3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say knight c6.
Knight c6. You have sneaky.
I thought maybe a c5 worked.
c5. Okay.
And after trade queens.
Yeah. If you trade, if the queens get traded off, that's it. It's game over. So okay, but that's a very calm move to play. I mean, are there any other moves? Like, is there some kind of knight c2 check?
Yeah, but still that's a double check. Probably.
Yeah, so king e2. But if you king e2 and then suddenly the
that's
queen.
That one. Yeah, king.
So we have to run with a king. So I'm thinking I don't want to introduce the queen to f2 with a check.
So king d3, yeah.
King d3.
How did he not see that yet? Well, in a second.
Well, I think the spectator sees everything because I mean, king e3 is it's a difficult. I'll be honest with you, it's a difficult move to spot because you're putting your king in a kind of in the line of the queen. You're still maintaining that. So I mean, but c5 is also quite a nice intermediate.
I think it's
put that again.
Counterintuitive. You know,
it's
white showing no respect. It's almost like, yeah, sure, go check me. I dare you. So weird. Oh, let's see what happens. Let's go for the refresh button. See what happens. That. Alright, so a few moves have been played. King e3 has been played, I can see. You can just use the keyboard keys. Order.
Oh, okay, hang on, wait.
For the best experience. So king e3 has been played. Knight f5.
King e3 has been played. Okay.
Double check.
Knight f5.
So king d3, as we talked about. Did it happen? It did happen. What a legend.
Yeah. King d3
Ooh,
and then
it is scary though. Queen e3. Yikes. I'm
King c2. Knight d4.
King is touring. Look at that. No more checks. One more and then knight c2 you don't want to play.
But wait one second. If you just have bishop takes, if I'm calm and collected about it, and I'm just okay, fine. I might not have more checks, but can I introduce a new attacker into the game?
Okay.
I'm thinking about, well, what happens if I go rook f2? Or preferably I'd like a bit more aggressive move than that. Yeah, you can go bishop take. You just have bishop takes e3. So if I were to play a move like b3, bishop takes, you just have this check.
You always have this.
So you have that check.
And afterwards you can
just go. I have one move. Do I have a good move that introduces?
Has to be. There has to be.
Yeah, but yeah, I can't move this knight. I can't play a move like knight c2 because after rook takes c2, after this, that's just game over.
Maybe it is rook f2.
Okay, rook f7.
Maybe we have to play rook f2. You could.
Yeah. So if we go rook f2, but I mean, I'm trying to find. Yeah. So if we go rook f2. Yeah, we go rook f2, and then we go bishop takes pawn. Check.
I think you have to play king f8 here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, king f8, I'm not obliged to take the bishop, and...
Running chat.
And then what happens next?
You're the title player. Throw that one in.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to go rook f1, you know, just to get rid of that rook, but it's not happening, is it? So now this is dangerous.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, this is very dangerous because if I try to do moves like rook to d1, then even knight to f2, knight c2, sorry, yeah.
You cannot take with the rook because rook queen takes d1 probably.
Exactly. So I'll go here and then take.
So,
okay, so now the question is how is white going to...
The poor king! Yo, can we talk a little bit about that king? He's been being checked around all over the board for the last 20 moves.
Yes, it started on g1 and ended up playing f2, f3 there. I didn't make it to c3, but went down there.
All right, let's do a refresh. Let's see where they end right now. Let's move to the keys. Let's see what happens. 2 more moves.
Okay, so we actually have seen this.
Wow.
Yeah. We're doing okay, aren't we? Predicting the moves.
We're, you know, we could play the candidates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's go some other games. We're gonna see.
Yeah. So let's have a look at Chess Queen, which is Alessandro Castagnic against Harika Dronovali, and 5 pawns against 5. It's an endgame, but as always, when the pawns are on opposite sides of the board, it all hinges on this ability to create passed pawns, and also the minor piece. This bishop is just a better piece than the knight. So Castagnic definitely has the upper hand here, but I think black should be okay.
Yeah, your main problem is the king coming in on the board, trying to snag those b5, b6.
Yeah.
But if you can stop that, then fine. But it's white with the play here. Oh.
Yeah, it's white to play, and white just played a4 immediately. So yeah, I mean, I mean, it's an interesting move, a4. I mean, the whole idea is just to fix. I mean, it's very subtle, but and I think black is still okay. But the idea is just basically to fix your opponent's weaknesses. And by fixing this b6 pawn on a dark square, it means it's always going to be a target and something that white can think about attacking. So I would attack this pawn like bishop. Yeah, now, okay, king c4, king
Very scary
b5.
for black.
And now the bishop will come and join in the hunt as well. So, yeah, I like it. I like what Kostenik is doing. And Houska under pressure.
Ooh, difficult position for black to.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how that's going. We don't have any results just yet.
No, but I can see Pragananda is short on time. So if we could just go on to the junior under 20 board. So this is Alexei Sarana against, well, he's playing black against Pragananda. So Pragananda had an amazing top division. He scored 5 points out of 5. Obviously, incredibly strong player, but 18 seconds left on the clock. And as I've kind of said before in the past, so many times that the clock is so important in this type of chess because it's just so difficult to reset mentally when you see the clock ticking down and go, I have 5 extra seconds, I can be calm. Somehow or other, we can do this a lot more easier and over the board chess than on online. Online,
I believe that.
I think, yeah. So here, I mean, yeah, white is struggling. That's for sure.
You almost have the cute little trick of rook takes f2, king takes f2, and bishop b6. But that pesky little knight on a4, even though it's on the rim, it's actually a really good piece.
It's stopping that particular trick. Yes, but I mean. What I'm concerned about is if this bishop on a5 reroutes itself to d4, then
yeah, but
how? Well, I'm thinking with an eventual c3 at the right time, so I have to time it correctly. But if I get my pawn to c3, you remember I'm a pawn up, aren't I?
That is true.
So I'm just thinking if I go c3. Something like this, okay, but the problem is that I do not want a rook ending. I want to keep this bishop.
Exactly.
So I need to find a way to keep this bishop and improve it. So we just have to look at the position, Bick, and the answer will always reveal itself to us. Okay, so
a minute later, because the players would have played it, so it's almost a good.
Yeah. Okay. So the players actually played
check rook a1. I like
rook a1.
All right, so not a lot of time. 14 seconds against 1 minute 40. That
okay. And here's my c3 played.
Right. I like it.
No, I really like black's position. Like I say, you know, with this bishop on d4, all the king side will virtually drop. I mean, you just go.
By the way, I have news. FIDE and Ian Pomniachtchi drew.
They drew. Okay, so a draw was it? So, okay, so heading back to this position, yes. Yeah. So he took the perpetual because it was pretty dangerous. Let's have a look at Divya against Polina Shuvalova. So these two players, especially Polina Shuvalova, she's one of the best junior under 20 girls there is in the world. She's also world junior champion 2019. And it looked like that she's pushing.
A lot of close calls. I like it. This is a real final, chat. Real final. I hate that you have to play f6 there. I mean, I get it, because you need to defend that e5 pawn, which is really strong. But those light squares, they're whites.
Yeah, the light squares are weak. But yeah, you had to defend. We did have to defend this e5 pawn, but I
really hope that Divya will win. I feel really bad for what happened yesterday. Covering against Russia. Divya was with the wondered her rook.
Yes.
Caught on camera. It's actually quite popular on Twitter.
But I have to say, I'm going to criticize, and I don't want to do it, but I'm going to criticize this king f8. It doesn't respect king safety. She needs to swap off more pieces in order to put her king into the middle of the board. I mean, if you look at it like this, queen c4. I mean, I'm not quite sure whether I would have played I would exchange the pieces, because these guys and the queen, they're such powerful pieces, and if they get close to the king, we saw what happened yesterday with Sam Shankland when he didn't take care of his king, and yeah, but she might have got away with it. The thing is, though, with chess is that it's only bad if you're punished. Otherwise, you get away with it. And if you look at
get away with murder.
And if we go through the moves, so after bishop b4, knight d5 takes, yeah. Hang on a second. How's she saving the knight? She has to counter attack. She has to play knight b6. And now I can just see something like queen e6. Okay, I was thinking queen e6 might be an idea, because I like checkmate.
That's, you know, who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Yeah, no, I mean, I like to play for checkmate, and then I'm thinking of playing a4, and then
yeah.
Okay, but she's gone for queen b5. She's gone for the idea of escorting the a pawn up the board. After queen d8, king g2, a4.
There are a lot of moves being played. Let's go to the current position, because there's so much going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Black successfully swapped off the light square bishop, which is really good for Black, because that was the biggest news.
Yeah. And the players are on seconds. Hang on a second. A whole load of results have trickled in. It's been a draw in Alexandra Kostenik against Harika Donovali, and so everything is hanging on this game and Prague, whether Pragananda can hold.
Everyone drew. Seems like everyone is drawn so far, right?
Everyone is drawn, so it really depends on whether the junior under 20, the Indian juniors under 20 are really under a little bit of pressure here. So h4.
Interesting. Who do you prefer in this position? Black king this close into the territory, or White's king being cut off?
I prefer black. I prefer black because I mean, but actually, I think the problem is that if you do take this rook takes e4, then king comes back into the game with king to d5.
All right, so we could safely assume this will be a draw.
This will be a draw. This will be a draw.
It's also going to be a draw.
Yeah, this will be a draw, and then we'll have. Should we check Divya's game?
Yes.
Let's go back. Can Divya hold this?
We check.
Yes, check.
Are it perpetuals? Is this perpetual? Yeah, this is.
Perhaps. Well, we'll see. We'll see whether she'll play f3 or king h2. King h3. Sorry.
Yeah, I would go queen h3.
Okay, looks like a
draw there. Yeah.
Looks like it might be a draw.
It's gonna be 6 draws.
Yeah, this is the first time we've ever seen 6 draws.
I've never seen that before. No, not even in. All right, so it's all about Pragananda.
Let's go back. Let's go to Pragananda. Very.
Team Rook Indians go wrong.
Okay, yes, but this one is very tricky because you can't save this pawn. So now are we going to see pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, pawn takes.
Yeah, pawn takes pawn. King. Okay, it's been played. Now king h3.
And it's
and now you can just go rook a. Okay, well this is.
All right, 6 draws. So unbelievable.
6 draws, big.
Unbelievable.
But they've been mad draws, I have to say. I mean, especially the draw against Vidit, Nepomniachtchi against Vidit. That was just crazy.
That's massive. That is incredible. I mean, I would be, if there comes 6 draws in the next round as well, that's gonna be, I don't know, we're gonna have Armageddon, and I would hate to be the one to play Armageddon. I'm gonna tell you right now. I would hate.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether they have a strategy, because we've seen how important Armageddon is. You know, it's like the football penalty shootouts, and we actually see with football penalties is that they actually practice them. Do you think that the teams have been secretly practicing in the night?
Yeah, I know.
5 minutes versus 4.
Coming together, 4 a.m. All right, guys, here's the plan. I like that. All right, chat. Yeah. So what we're going to do usually is we're current standings right now, the bracket. This is the final, India versus Russia. Maybe we'll get a swap in the hopefully Russia or India team. Maybe Anand comes back. Maybe Grisham cameo. But for now, chat, I'm actually gonna go. That's what I like to do. So, Jovanka, you want to see Armageddon, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've been so thrilling. I mean, I would love to see an Armageddon, and especially, you know, between India and Russia. You know, Russia have not been in a situation where they've had to play an Armageddon match. So it would be just fantastic just to get someone to play it. And the great thing about it is I do think it is a great equalizer, because you know, the Russian team especially have they're so strong on every category. You know, on the under-20s, these are the best juniors in the world. And I think India have a chink. It would be in the girls under-20. But other than, if there were an Armageddon match between any other category, I think it would be completely even. I wouldn't be able to call it. It would just be about who has the good nerves. And as we saw, Humpy yesterday was so calm.
Cool and collective. Yeah, I think Humpy would like Humpy to play, but I know Virat is you know, he loves his bullet. He loves his blade.
Yeah, I think also Vidit would probably be very excited to have the opportunity. Like, he has such a positive personality and a go-getter that I can just see him going, yeah, bring it on. I mean, while other people would be like, no, don't choose me. Or maybe even Anand, you know, he's been fresh. He hasn't played.
Oh, yeah.
He's only perhaps playing one game. We're just speculating that, but
you know what? I'm happy I don't make that decision. I'm gonna be honest. I'm happy I'm not the one.
I think it's already been decided. I think it's something that the team captains have said, okay, fine, if this is if there is an Armageddon match, you have to step up to the task, and I don't care.
You know what I can decide?
What?
I can decide when we're going on a break. I think we're going to do that right now. So let's try to get Simon back in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope this is the last you see. Get the GM back in. Chat, don't worry about it. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. It's a little bit of a longer break. We'll go back sooner if we can. But we're trying to get the pros back into it. And so I'll see you all just a hot minute.
Just stay on the line.
Hello, everyone, and we've now got a downgrade from Bic, I'm afraid. You've got me, I'm back. A little bit of disaster with some technology, nothing to do with anything that we could handle, but it seems to be working okay now. So hopefully I can join in for the round 2. And it's good it was all draws because I didn't really miss much, did I, Jovanka? It's actually now all or nothing on one round.
Just 6 boring draws, Simon.
Yeah.
No sacrifices, no king hunts, no endgame pressure. Yeah, just 6 draws. No, actually, it was really thrilling, Simon. Especially Nepomniachtchi against Vidit. That was just a brilliant game.
Yes, it looked really exciting. I mean, Nepo has saved some incredible positions. Like yesterday against Sam Shankland, he was worse, and he saved that game. Sam blundered, and I think he was even +5, well -5, should I say, against Vidit in that last round, and he managed to save it. So he's a bit of a Houdini saver, that guy. But hello to Aneet, by the way, and everyone else in the Twitch chat, and Aneet saying he's a swindler. Well, good players always swindle. Fortune favors the good players, it seems to be in chess, Jovanka.
They're tricky. They're slippery customers. That's the thing. They, you can say people are lucky, but also you create your own luck. That's very, very much true, because you have to spot the opportunities. You also have to have the right mindset. You have to be positive about your position, because it's so easy, when you're struggling, just to crumble and just, find terrible moves and then give your opponent an easy game. No, it takes resilience to keep fighting.
It does. So I'm, because of the technical problems of Zoom, I'm very happy that now it was all draws, because it's like nothing happened. A lot of things did happen, but it's like, right, now we've got the second round and it's all on this round. So, one side wins it, they are champions, and that is massive. Olympiad champions, the only online Olympiad 2020. So they're going to be a bit nervous, Jovanka. Surely now it's going to be an intense round, this one. Yeah,
it's going to be absolutely tense, right? Because like you say, everything to play for. No one has an advantage. The score has been wiped clean. Now it all depends on this match. Whoever wins this wins the very first online Olympiad. And if it's still a tie, well, we are going to take it to Armageddon, aren't we, Simon? And that's one game that will decide whether a nation is victorious.
I have to say, I'm quite excited about the prospect of Armageddon. Everything comes down to one game. I mean, that'd be a historic moment, because the Olympiad, which is really the Rolls Royce of chess tournaments, team tournaments ever in the world, the chess community, if it comes down to one game, it will be a very unique experience. But I don't know. I don't expect 6 more draws this time. I mean, that's not going to happen. Surely, Jovanka, it's not going to happen.
I don't know. We've seen it all, haven't we, Simon? We've seen comebacks, we've seen miniatures, we've seen absolutely thrilling games. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't be. We've also seen very, very close matches. So far it's been very tense, very close. I expect to see a little bit more of the same. And I mean, what I really like about this event is it's very unique Armageddon rules. So, each team has 4 categories of player. You have 2 women players, 2 men players, 1 junior under 20 and 1 female junior under 20. And it's one of those categories gets chosen by drawing of lots. So it could be girls under 20, could be women. That would be unfortunate for Humpy. You'd have to do the same thing again as she did yesterday. But that category is chosen by drawing of lots. And and then the team.
It's going to be really exciting, Jovanka. I mean, the games are sort of due to start very soon. Everyone watching, we can actually also see, as I'm sure you all can as well, there are some substitutions, there are some new pairings, and whoa, the big guns are out. Yes. I mean, both these teams have players, super players they can pick from, but just look at those pairings. You've got Nepo Anand on the top board.
Yeah. But it's kind of curious that Anand has chosen to come in and make his debut in the final with the black pieces. That's kind of quite Well, of course, but as you remember from yesterday, he defeated Duda with the black pieces. So interesting. And Vidit, of course, you know, he's also team captain. It's pretty amazing. He's team captain and a player. Absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, he'd be facing white with the white pieces against Daniel Dubov. And Dubov, of course, as we know, he's very much your chess maverick. I like that. He makes his own rules. He doesn't copy anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very close. Every board, you can't really say. I mean, I think it is also very brave of Anand to step in with black, because he's really saying, right, I'm going to do it. I've got disadvantages of black pieces. You kind of need me for this one, which they might well do. I'm gonna step up to the mark against the ever dangerous Jan Nepo. And even the female boards. This is the other thing.
Yeah.
The Indian and Russian females, they're both incredibly strong. And they're quite evenly matched, it seems, really. Here, the junior board, you've got Esipienko versus the brilliant Nihal Sarin. It could just go either way. And, I don't know.
One board, talking about the female board, one board that I'm really, really excited to see is the Goryachkina against Humpy Kanaru. Because, like I mentioned yesterday, Goryachkina is being groomed to become the next women's world champion. You can actually, she's even played a world championship match against Ju Wenjun. And Humpy, as we all know, is one of the strongest female players in the world, and also a former women's world championship contender as well. So definitely looking forward to seeing that one. And then Harika against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Remember, yesterday, Alexandra Kosteniuk was the heroine of the team. But I can see the games are off, Simon. So shall we dive in?
Let's rock and roll. Are we going to see an Evans Gambit on board one? No, I don't think so. Not in such an event. But we'll quickly just have a look at the action as it's happening. And remember, it was a draw in round one. So any player wins now, it could propel their team to champions of the world. It's massive. I mean, whoever thinks this event is not a big event, you're crazy. It's massive. I mean, all teams have been taken seriously. Jovanka was even playing for England. It was serious, wasn't it, Jovanka? You were taking it serious.
We were super serious about this event. We held a training match against Scotland. We also had some individual training sessions. Yeah. So yeah, we took it seriously. We wanted to do well. And I can tell you, every team wanted to do well. Every team had their personal objectives. And I mean, I was talking to someone who as a friend of mine who was talking to someone who represented the Cayman Islands, and they had their they were a bit afraid as to whether they were strong enough to enter a team, but they decided they were going to do it anyway. They had their personal goals, and they achieved it, and they were serious. So like you said, I think approximately 150 countries have entered.
Yeah, it's massive, and we will update the boards now as we get a lot of moves. And it's about 150 different nations. I mean, the brilliant thing about chess, as I've always said, it brings people together, any nation's race, religion, age. It's a real leveler. It's over the board. You can compete, and you're just playing over the board. It's it really does have that joyous bringing together of people. And on this board between Nepo and Anand, I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time on this now. It's a standard Italian, which has been seen many times before. Now, generally, these positions do lead to quite equal games at this level, but we did see Wesley So using this opening to beat Grishchuk only yesterday. Let's have a look at the other games. Now, an interesting opening choice in round two, we had Dubov coming out with the King's Indian, which is a very aggressive opening with black. He's basically saying, I'm going to go with you. Vidit playing the most positional line, the Panov. We're going to go through the moves, and now we have the capture on e5, and this is simply aimed at getting a small advantage because the queens generally get exchanged as they do here.
Wait one second. Dubov has fallen for a trick. Yeah, here's the trick. So you go bishop g5, and now h6.
Has he just blundered, or is this?
Blundered. He has blundered. Okay,
Dubov's blundered.
So it's a little bit unclear blunder. I mean, because black does get a little bit of compensation, but this is a well-known trick, and he's just fallen for it. So h6 is a mistake because of, and I think Vidit has shown why. Queen takes queen.
I mean, I know it's a mistake in some line, but I can't see. I can't see.
Lose the C7.
Okay, but let's have a look. I can't see Dubov blundering into this first trick. Yeah, you lose the C pawn.
It's a very natural trick.
Well, I know that, but this is Dubov, and he has very interesting ideas. I mean, let's have a look. So I don't think he's blundered. I think he's got some idea. Let's have a look. E4, which is trying to take here, and look at his time. I mean, I really can't see him blundering at this stage. E3. And now he's gone bishop takes here, rook b1. I think this is preparation. I do not think this is a blunder. I think he's on purpose gone for this position.
It might be the case, but I think White played a little bit inaccurately in allowing this e4. But yeah, it's a well-known trick. You're not meant to play h6, so maybe we've already said before that the Dubov is a maverick. Maybe he's rewriting the rule books.
I think that's the thing. I mean, he does a lot of things in the opening, Dubov, that you're not supposed to do. You know, he's done this in, you know, lots of Raul Lopez. He's done it in nearly every opening. He keeps doing things that the books say, you can't do this. He does them anyway. And I think that's what he's doing here. I think he's done a pawn sack line where he's doubled these pawns. Maybe White didn't play it completely accurately, but White's remaining pawns are all very weak to me. So, I mean, I would even take Black here, I think, potentially. I mean, okay, it's not that bad. White has a fantastic knight on d5, but it's not bad for Black either, this, surely, Jovanka, is it? I don't know.
No, not this particular line. I think when I played it, I think I played a very quick e4 in order to stop this e5, e4 move. But yeah, we'll see how it works out, whether tearing up the rule book actually works.
Okay, so now we're going to go to this one with the big game between someone who's groomed to be a world champion for Russia with the white pieces and Humpy, the hero of yesterday. And we're getting the Queen's Gambit. We have b6, and b6 has got a reputation as being quite a solid variation. Bishop d3, and now bishop a6 is kind of a Magnus Carlsen idea, aiming for exchanges, aiming to get a solid structure. And we're going to see what happens now after castles. And
yeah,
this has been played quite a lot, Jovanka, this position. White maybe slightly better, but it's solid for Black, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I wanted to say is that it's usually really risky to take that because White on move 10 chose to castle, and it's very risky to grab that pawn on c7.
Yes, yeah, this is really risky, especially as there's a check here stopping White from ever getting the king safe. There might be a rook coming in as well, but it's not a pawn you want to grab with the white pieces. It can go horribly wrong.
Exactly. So
Castle's much more sensible.
Castle, and yeah, very natural, very normal game.
Yes, where White's going to try and get pressure on the c file, but Black will probably play c5, aiming for simplifications. I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes towards the draw. Yeah. Now, there are 3 more boards we need to catch up on, and this one is Harika versus Alexandra. Another big match, Jovanka, yeah? Big players.
Big players. And you as remember from yesterday that Alexandra Kosteniuk was the heroine for Russia after she won both her games. So can she score a very decisive victory here? I don't know. She's how is the Black position, do you think, Simon?
Well, the first thing we can see is that Black has the center, but the most important thing I would say is that Black has a slightly weakened king side. I mean, it can be strong with the pawns being used as a power rather than a weakness, but in a quick time limit, I always find the side with the initiative has the easier game, and the side who has attacking chances is generally to be preferred, even in equal position. And my first thought, Jovanka, is I quite like White. Quite a solid position. Let's just say we play the natural move, knight to e4 here. I mean, it's but also Black's got the 2 bishops and the center. I mean, it's a dynamic position, isn't it? Probably equal.
Dynamic position. I do wonder whether we can play something a little bit more aggressive than knight e4. Let's hoping for. Okay,
so you don't need to maybe move the knight because c5 at some point is an option. So you might have some clever move here. I mean, I don't know if you can. Let's try. I don't know if this works, but let's try e3.
I was thinking e3. What about that? Because one takes knight, we just want to go c5. And
wow, what an idea. And if bishop d5, well, you've got many moves. You can probably even take that one. But this is actually, yeah, you can see by the bar. We got the bar as an indicator. We don't use computers as the commentary, but we can see the bar is saying, yeah, it likes it. Wow, E3, your knight's attack, but you're just going, nah, I don't care. And the positional point of this is if black plays C5 to try to contain the center, now the knight has an even better square.
Yeah.
You probably have to swap queens and put the knight here, for example. I guess maybe there's other options, but is this, I mean, this is not too bad for black either, but you probably prefer white here because of the bad bishop on D6. This bishop, not a very good piece.
Exactly, and you can always undermine the center with B4. So I like
F4, yeah. So yeah, good. So at least you're gonna. We just have to wait and see, Jovanka, if E3 is a move, yeah. So come through. Okay,
and let's go down to Nihal Sarin against.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll quick bash through the moves. Esipienko showed a lot of motion, didn't he, in his match yesterday, Jovanka? He got, he was one of the more, should we say, people. He wasn't a poker player yesterday.
He was expressive person.
Expressive.
Yeah, of course, he was kicking himself yesterday because, of course, in his first game against Jeffrey Jong, he missed a win and then he let the win slip. There was a brilliant game in the second match where he was playing black in a super sharp Nimzo, and he let some brilliant preparation slide, and Jeffrey Jong ended up winning. So he was pretty emotional about that.
Now, I've got fears for Nihal here. My fears are, you can always get an indication of their preparation by the time factor, and you can see that white is still in his theory. The other thing, Nihal probably doesn't know the position. He's sinking into fort. It's funny that, he's a youngster, he's a junior, and this reminds me of Luke McShane. Whenever I played Luke McShane in tournaments, he was always so small and his head would just poke up over the table. So he'd be like this. Oh, there he is. He's put his head up now. So my fears, actually, this is one of the positions I really fear for black, because white's opening up the center of the board, white nicely castled. Things might suddenly explode open and black has to get castled. It takes 2 moves to do that. You can't do that at the moment, the threat of E5, and there could be a rook coming to D1. This is the kind of position, if you don't know your theory, you can get in a lot of trouble in this time limit, especially.
And he doesn't know it. Just look at those head in the hands. He absolutely doesn't know his theory. So he has to work it out himself. And I agree with you. Can you play D4? I'm not really sure whether you can try and close the center. E5 looks very strong, doesn't it?
E5 looks like the natural way to keep. I mean, the problem you got here is after something like takes. I mean, I'm wondering if I can get a quick, you can even play something like bishop to E3, and you're coming into B6. I mean, this is the kind of position with the backing of the Russian trainers you're going to be very confident on, aren't you, as white?
Yeah.
I'm okay. He has gone knight takes E4. Knight takes E4 immediately played.
Okay. Yeah.
And now we got pawn takes and dangerous position. If Nihal can get castled, he might be okay, but will he be able to do that? I don't know. Not sure.
It's not just castling as well. That's the problem. The problem as well is this Catalan bishop on G2. Once that E4 pawn is removed, this bishop on C8 doesn't have a great square to develop to because of the pressure on the B7 pawn. So there's many problems. He's got problems with his kingside development and the queenside one as well. So I think it's looking great for white.
This is a real worry for India at the moment. But let's go now to the bottom board. And in this game, we see the player from India with the white pieces, Divya, playing in the style of Bobby Fischer. If you've seen, well, Bobby Fischer played in many styles, Jovanka, but some of his famous games in one of the best chess books ever, My 50 Memorable Games, he used to love playing the King's Indian attack. So it's the King's Indian defense with an extra tempo, and the kind of position we see, Queen C2 is slightly peculiar. This kind of idea is very, very common. Obviously, Harry has to be played to this opening.
Yeah, you have to play H4 and then knight H2 and knight G4 and then do your sack mate, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, Bobby Fischer won a number of games in this position by getting another, you get all the piece towards the black king. The black king, if you look at it, is not very well defended by black's pieces. On the other hand, black's going for this push on the queen side. I mean, the computer, again, I don't always trust computers because computers think black's doing very well, but they don't see, one weakness of them, they don't see forthcoming attacks very well. And Bobby Fischer is showing very dangerous position. You've even got knight g5 ideas with ideas against this one, h4, h6, using Harry to weaken. There's many attacking ideas here. It's a standard position, but dangerous for both players again here.
I mean, one thing that I'm a bit surprised about is Divya has taken time out to stop the queen side, to halt the queen side initiative. So normally, I mean, the way I've seen it normally is that white ignores the queen side and just focuses on checkmating the king. So it's quite an interesting approach from Divya.
Did I say, I might have said my 50 memorable games. Obviously, I meant my 60. Well, Bobby had 50 of them are very memorable. The other 10, not so memorable. So, no, of course, they're all very memorable games. Okay, now h6 has been played. And this is, before we move on, this kind of move you have to be so careful playing. I wouldn't play this personally because you are giving white a real hook to sacrifice on. I mean, it is stopping a piece going to g5, but now if I was white, I'd be like, right, I'm sacking there, death or glory, knight there, boom.
Me too, Simon. Completely. I mean, as far as I know, the theory these days is that the black rook on f8 actually goes to c8, so that you can drop your queen back to d8.
Oh, okay, to defend this,
just to kind
like
of
this
on the g5 square. So
So
okay, so let's go back to
Vishy. Okay, and again, this was a standard Italian. I think we stick with the current games now. It's such a tense situation. The first match was drawn. Any result, any win, major. Now, it seems like both sides have been doing the standard maneuvers with Vishy having to cope with Jan's knight on f5, which is a fantastic knight, Jovanka, right?
Yep. Knight is fantastic on f5. It can't even be dislodged either because, you know, because of the weak h6 pawn.
Yeah,
so...
and again, you could say, like the last game we showed, the h6 pawn is another hook. What we mean by hook, you know, moving pawns in front of your king, very dangerous because you give your opponent, you know, that pawn to latch onto. And at some moment, you know, you have to watch out. Even here, you know, even here, let's say, I'm just going to say black plays move, any move. You even have to watch out for here. Bishop takes pawn, and then queen to c1, for example. Even this is a dangerous concept where we dive in to try and bring the queen in for a major attack. Might not work here, but it's always hanging. I'm sure black is all right, though, Jovanka, with the control of the center.
I'm not sure. No. I'm not sure how okay black is because this bishop on a7 is misplaced.
Draw on board 2, by the way. Draw on board 2. We have a draw.
It's been a draw already. Okay.
Yeah. Vidit and Daniil Dubov have drawn in that variation. Probably, I would say that's a good draw for Russia against the ever dangerous Vidit. So quick catch up of all the positions very quickly. This one in the mix, but probably, you know, roughly even. Now, what about this game of Humpies? Very quick assessment, Jovanka, here.
I think Humpy is in trouble.
Yeah, let's just go through and see what happened. And the thing that white was able to do was get the D pawn, Derek the D pawn. You can have a look at my latest Chess.com premium videos if you're a member of the best chess site in the world, and learn about the power of this D pawn. And I think, Jovanka, I totally agree. This D pawn is really scary. Really scary.
It's scary because it controls a lot of squares, and also you can white can simply play rook e1, rook d1, and just use the space that black doesn't have in order to dominate those those open lines on the center. So it's looking bad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe black can contain this pawn, but I'd certainly rather be white. So far, we'll move on. Okay, so now this is the game Harika versus Kostenyuk, and I think e3 was played, by the way, and we did get this idea with the knight coming into d5 as predicted. Now, we thought maybe white would be slightly better here, but I mean, opposite colored bishops, it's likely that Kostyniuk will hold this position, creating play over on this area of the board as well, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to opposite color bishops and rooks are on the board, then it's all about creating weaknesses. It's all about creating plans, and it's about the mini plan basically. But at the same time, you very much have to control your opponent's activity. And I really like this plan by Kostyniuk playing a5, a4, because she is giving Harika something to worry about. Because if she didn't do that, then Harika could simply continue with her plan of playing king to e4, then rook to f1, and hit on that weak f7 pawn. But yeah, interesting choice to capture like that, because it's all about controlling domination squares. So I wonder what's going to happen after.
Seems like this is a very sensible move, because these pawns had a lot of potential. If black could ever play f5 and e4, you're in trouble. So I think Harika's playing the safety first approach. I think it's a very clever way, because
more thinking about what's going to happen after if you went for a domination approach, like g4, and just to control the light squares and then advance forward. But you know, c5 has been played, and
I think in the team competition, what white's doing is right. Those pawns could be dangerous. I'm going to get rid of any chance I have of losing. So white cannot lose this position. You compare the bishops. White's bishop is very, very nice. It can sit on c4, defended. Black's bishop really blocked in, and white's rooks are better. So the only side that can win this, and by looking at the results, Harika might need to win this one, I feel, just looking at the game so far. I mean, saying that, let's have a look at Sarin, shall we? And we're going to go over them.
Troubled waters. Okay.
So bishop g5, bishop e7, rook d1, knight d5. And can Nihal survive this opening idea from Esipienko? Trying to go for exchanges, Jovanka, to ease his position somewhat, I feel.
Yeah. But okay, the problem is, okay, the problem is this light square bishop on g2 is just so nice. Oh, but hang on a second, he is material up. Let's not forget that. Two pawns
up.
There, before I get a bit carried away with this bishop on g2, you do have to remember he's a pawn up.
Two pawns at the moment. It'll be a pawn up there, yeah.
He is a pawn up. He's going to be 2 pawns up for the time being. And so, yeah, he has hot chances to hold. This pressure might be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, white's probably going to have to take these pawns back, and we could see some liquidations. I mean, at the moment, the most obvious move would be to do something with the bishop. So something like bishop takes bishop. Black has to take with the queen here because of the rook. And now we go bishop takes here. But the problem is, in here, black can't castle. This is the thing I was saying earlier, because if black castles, you just go bishop takes knight and you win a piece. So this position, Nihal has some issues, because you're also threatening to take here and come to b6.
Exactly, yeah.
For example, bishop d7, another normal developing move, loses to, well, maybe doesn't lose, but it looks really uncomfortable, even going into the ending. Something like here, because white's rooks and knight dominate Jovanka. I think Nihal's in some problems here personally. Still, if white plays a simple bishop takes bishop move.
Yeah, bishop takes bishop looks to me the most natural move. We'll see. Yeah, I agree with you. He has some problems, and we'll see how he handles them, especially with his kingside development.
Okay, so this is going for it here. Now, the other board, which was really heating up, was, well, we were wondering about h6. It's really sort of saying, come on, just sack against me. Come on, I can take it, I can handle it. And white goes, okay, I'm going to move all my pieces and get ready in the style of Bobby Fischer to sack. So black has to now give some extra defense. And there's even like knight f6s you have to watch out for here. I would love to be white here. I love attacking. I mean, you can maybe just queen d2. I mean,
queen d2 is good, bringing on a new piece.
Getting ready to sack, and we're going to sack.
You don't really care so much about the material, right? So if he goes knight a5, can you just sack?
Yes, knight a5, trying to come into the square. We're going in like Errol Flynn. Like Flynn. And I mean, you know what, it doesn't matter about material, Jovanka, because checkmate ends the game.
Exactly. if you do go knight b3, just to see if you can When that, we're
Oh.
going to have queen to g5, and it should be game over pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this. This is, I mean, let's just play it on the board. But there's a very nice line. Knight takes a1, leads to force mate. Here they come. They flood into the position. Bishop takes g7. Oh yeah, bishop takes. Queen h5. Checkmate. Next move. This is why I'm really not sure about that h6 move, Jovanka. It gives white a target.
H6 is something that you don't play in these situations. You leave your kingside pawn structure intact, and like I said, you cover those dark squares, and you yeah. So I'm really worried. So queen d2 has been played.
And now
we're going to see probably a move like king h.
Oh yeah, but this
played.
Black is really, I mean, holding on here. I mean, can we? I mean, we should be looking at sacks anyway. Can we find a sack here? I don't know. I'm looking at bishop takes and knight f6.
That looks good.
Another thing you often do, sometimes I've seen them get the knight to g5, bring a rook over. You know,
I've seen that too. The only question is that Divya now has plenty of choice, and so
yes, and she's getting short time. Yeah. Okay, this is maybe clever because this bishop, if it can get to d3, we get another attacker in, and that'd just be too many. Every white piece is attacking. You do give away the c4 square. I don't
like knight c4. That's the thing. Knight c4 is a little bit annoying.
But maybe now we can sacrifice again. Let's say queen c2 check. Yeah. You probably have to move your king. You don't want to give me the square after g6. And when you move your king, I'm sacking. I'm going bishop takes h6. For example, pawn takes knight f6. There's all these sacks, isn't there, Jovanka? So many of them. But the time, it is the time and the pressure as well. But I think if Divya can hold her nerve here, she has great chances. Yeah, great chances.
So let's go back to Nepomniachtchi against Vichy.
Right, now we can do a quick update on what happened. Vichy just playing for some ideas against h6, but Nepo is creating play in the center of the board. Yeah. And this is
a second result, Simon. The game between Kosteniuk and Harika
was a draw.
Ended in a draw, yeah.
I think that's a good result for Russia, personally. I mean, very well held for Kosteniuk. Harika maybe slightly better, but obviously opposite colored bishops, very likely to be a draw. So, okay, this game's looking fairly evenish, would you say, Jovanka, at the moment?
It depends on whether I'm going to win if Black is going to win your a5 pawn.
Good point. I missed that one. So let's say we go bishop. Let's say we go bishop takes e3, knight takes, and I win it. Let's just get rid of that one.
Yeah, exactly.
But now, can you win this pawn? I suppose is the question. Like rook takes rook, queen takes, knight takes e5. Well, I have b4, and I think this is okay. It looks to me these two are so strong. I would put money on a draw here, I guess, on top board.
Yeah.
So let's again, just to keep update. One side wins, they come champions of the world. This one might be a draw.
Online Olympiad champions. It has never been done before, Simon.
Never.
But in actual fact, Russia hasn't won an Olympiad since 2002. And I don't think India have ever won an Olympiad. In fact, I think the best result they've ever done was in 2014, where they got the bronze medal. So,
right.
Either way, it's been a fantastic achievement for both of these countries.
Yeah. And this is one where we felt Humpy, India
struggling. Yeah.
Could be struggling. Now, let's have a look. So we have a position where at least there's a blockade on the pass pawn. White should be better. This pawn, as long as it's not lost, and it shouldn't ever be lost, is always like that fawn in Black's position. There's been many famous games won with that pawn, Jovanka, haven't there? Just like, you know, so it's slightly better for White, but can Humpy hold? She's a very solid and good player.
Humpy has done a great job. Now she's traded her bishop for the knight, her knight for the bishop, I mean. And she's got control of the E line. So while she has that, I think I do think that she can keep the balance.
Yes, I mean, it's slightly better for White, there's no doubt about it, but a very solid player, Humpy, and she's just got to keep it together here. And White might have to take some risk to you know, you need another open file to win this kind of position, and black has that open file under control. We're going to move on to this game. We're worried a little bit about Nihal Sarin's position.
I'm worried about his time as well. 28 seconds left.
I'm surprised queen takes was played. Bishop takes looked a bit more threatening, but again, black can't castle because a rook takes here. Bishop d7, and now, thing is, if we had bishop on the board, we could go bishop takes knight, but maybe this is good also. Threatening rook takes knight, bishop c6. Is this creaking for black? Black's a pawn up. Is there some nasty tactics here somewhere?
Queen g4.
Okay, so queen g4, and this is a very nice idea. The point being, if black castles, you have simply bishop takes d5, and this one winning the game immediately. So
I have that anyhow. So
yes,
this is my point. My point is
big threat. Yeah.
Is that if you do make a move, just say like g6, I'm still going to play bishop takes knight.
Winning the game.
Yeah.
And look at the time, as you say, Jovanka, 28 seconds. This is very worrying. I mean, at the moment, board one looks like a draw. Maybe Humpy can hold the draw there. Russia probably have to get a win on this board by the looks of the match situation, because, oh no, maybe not, because Russia are winning here. And this one, okay, well, this is
we're
big.
We're here with things looking great for India.
Yes, they are. Quick update, knight d7 was played. Bishop does try to come to this square. The problem now after c4 is that black has no counterplay at all on the queen side. With this pawn here, you have ideas of going b4 and breaking. As soon as you close it down, the bishop can still come to c2, which it does, and it's just one-way traffic, Jovanka. It's only white who's attacking in this position. Yeah,
I completely agree. And the clock situation. Okay, so Divya Deshmukh has just under 1.5 minutes left on the clock, and Polina has 2.5 minutes. But the moves are so easy for white, and you know, you can see it. The bishop will come to c2, and look how many pieces are attacking.
I mean,
and the problem with black's position is that there's a huge traffic jam. The queen would love to get to the king's side, but that's not
horrible.
easy. It's horrible,
Literally a disaster position for black, because there's only so many pieces you can defend with, and white can just go here. And white, you know, can sacrifice probably to checkmate. Doesn't even need to do that. You can even go rook d1, bishop b1, and put the queen on c2. Imagine if you put the bishop here and the queen there. You don't have to sacrifice. This has to be winning for India. Has to be.
It has to be winning. I mean, kind of a little bit more King's Indian like is to go king g2 and then your knight g5, and we get our lovely sacrifice in.
Okay. So black's trying to block up the diagonal, but I you know, unless a disaster happens, looking good for India here. Now the top board, we'll go back there quickly. Some changes, and I would say at this level, obviously white has the slightly better of it because the double pawns and the H pawn, but at this level, surely Anand will hold this one to a draw, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, not sure. I'm not sure at this level. I think that they should be able to do it, because this H5 idea is pretty annoying. But I mean, I think it can. You can see
it's a draw.
You think, okay?
I think the problem is
going to try.
I don't know if white can get in, because the pawn on f7 is very good at defending like g6. And what you do, you might have to get a pawn to h6, but black should be able to cover all these squares with the queen. It's going to be a draw, isn't it?
It's going to be a draw. Queen d2 is idea.
So okay, so we're looking at this board. Okay, we're thinking board. So we think there's 3 games that are critical. This board, can Russia a slightly favorite, might be a draw here. So we're going maybe 1 to Russia or a draw. This board, Russia also pushing, but can Nihal hold? And then this board, India are looking good. So it's so close, Jovanka. What's going to happen?
Oh, I don't know. I'm slightly concerned with the clock times of especially like Divya Deshmukh. You know, she has an amazing position, but not so much time on the clock. You're 34 seconds.
34 seconds. She's got, and by the way, draw on ball 1. It's 3 draws again. We can't have 6 draws again.
Okay. Well, I think we can, and then it will be the Armageddon, Simon. And,
I mean, this position is. I mean. Okay, you got 18 seconds.
Nihal Sarin. It looks like he's lost on time.
He's lost on time. Whoa, Nihal's lost on time. Can we get the camera? Major result there. Major result. That is a big, big win. Big win for Russia. Russia go ahead with 2 games to go.
Oh no!
And
has also lost on time.
Oh no!
Russia has won.
Have they some connection problems? Because this is completely winning for White, and she's lost on time. This is over. This means Russia are champions. Russia are champions. Have they just cracked? Have they cracked?
I mean,
what's happening? What's happening? I think look at the facial reactions. The facial reactions say to me that, oh my words, I think she just forgot about the clock. She's just literally forgotten about the clock. Oh, this is devastating. Absolutely devastating. I mean,
and you can just also Siren just looks absolutely they're both
absolutely devastating. I mean, that is the pressure for you. I mean, I feel so sorry for him. We can now, by the way, it's a sad way to lose. Congratulations to Russia, first of all.
Yes.
Russia are champions of the world. Well done to Russia. But
big congratulations.
Oh, India.
Olympiad champions. But
oh dear. But India, what happened there? You lost on time in this position. You just must have forgotten about the clock.
was it? I mean, that 2 players suddenly lost on time. Was there some kind of server issue with the Indian?
Well, let's have a look at, is India short? Do we have a server problem for Humpy here? I don't know.
No, I mean, it seems, I do know that FIDE, there was some power outage in when the Indians played against Mongolia.
It could have literally been some problem with the internet at the end of the players. This is unfortunate. It's happened to India in one of the other matches.
Mongolia. They've also lost. And Humpy connected.
Well, so, I'm not gonna mention Russian hackers. I'm joking, by the way. I'm joking. I didn't mention them. I'm joking. I don't want to get okay. I'll be quiet, Simon. You're gonna dig a hole.
Let's not go there.
No, I'm joking. That's heartbreaking way to end this tournament. Heartbreaking.
One of the dangers of online chess, to be honest with you, you have to pray to the online gods and hope that they don't punish you with mouse slips and disconnects and lags and things.
I know. Yeah, but anyway, we can say congratulations to Russia, and I have to say, even without the disconnects, let's just think about this logically. I mean, okay, India might have won this board, they disconnect. We're going to Nihal Saran board, considering he might disconnect. I think Nihal Saran was in some possibly trouble here. Maybe he could have held this one, but it could.
He was wriggling his way back out there. I mean, Humpy,
he was a bit,
yeah, he was. Yeah. But the time element adds a randomness. I mean, definitely here, Humpy has her work cut out for a draw.
Yeah, I mean, this should be winning for White. So
this is super impressive for White.
I mean, you could say even without, if it was disconnection problems, we don't know. It did look very difficult for India anyway, with White playing a brilliant game here, threatening Rook H6, and this D pawn so strong. White must be winning this now.
White must be winning. I mean, the question is how to do it. That's and with not so much time on the clock. I mean,
yeah.
Let's see whether this little. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure about F.
It's dodgy, isn't it? Anyway, maybe, I mean, they must know now that it's over. That well done, Russia. I mean, let's think of the good news, and the good news is Russia are again the champions of the world, Olympiad champions.
Olympiad champions. I don't think they haven't been Olympiad champions. Okay, I know this is the online Olympiad, but the last time they were Olympiad champions was 2002, and this has been a title that they have been coveting since then. They've come close, but yeah, here we go.
Yeah, yes. So well done to Russia. They've done it, and to be honest, they haven't been really in trouble in nearly any of the matches. You could say in the last one, a little bit lucky, but they've played the best out of any team throughout the competition.
They've been a brilliant team, haven't they? Efficient. Okay, they've had their fair dose of luck. There's no denying that, but every team has had that, right?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, I think they've played the best out of any team. Just looking at the stand of their chess, throughout the boards, they've performed very well at the top, at the bottom. They've been a real good unit of strong players. So they deserve it, 100% deserve to be
I mean, whoever was
champions.
going to win, it deserves it 100%. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So unlucky to India as well. They're going to be devastated in India. This is a massive thing for them, isn't it? Chess is so big in India, Jovanka,
chess is huge. You know, you have guys like Vidit and Anand, of course, and Tanya Sajdev. They were doing such an amazing job at popularizing chess. And well-deserved runner-ups. You know, they had such a journey to get here. But boy, it's been absolutely thrilling. And such great fighters. I still can't get over Humpy's casual win against Monica. The way she did it.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
That was brilliant. This is how Armageddon should be played. She certainly showed everyone. So Goryachkina coming up with a nice plan of just giving up the d7 pawn in order to penetrate with the king. And you can see how great Humpy is, because she's really fighting.
She's fighting hard in what is a very bad situation. She's basically saying to White, okay, you've got to break me down here. Maybe, you know, I realize I'm probably losing, but I'm just going to sit here. How are you going to break me down?
Exactly. How is she going? I mean, that is the question. How is she going to break it down?
I think she might even play rook f3. I'm thinking rookie, or I thought rook e3 was interesting. Yeah, and it's not clear. I mean, it must be winning for White, but when your time's short, finding the winning plan, not easy when, you know, Black can just wait. So, okay, so we're going to try to use another pawn. Something with rook e6 at some moment might be the way to go. Try rook e6.
I think we're going to see. Rook e6 looks, but I don't know.
I mean, even some move of f6. Put your rook on d6.
F6. I like your move. Rook to d6 and then f6.
Yeah.
It's just
so now Black
the breakthrough. So if I go rook to d6 now,
then can Black do some annoying checks there?
Can I go rook g3?
And then the question is, if we have this, can we take, and do we have time to play king e7?
Yeah, then I want to go rook g6.
Rook g6, and I come back.
Maybe you come back, and then then we have to
let's
begin again.
Oh, sorry, I just switched the board. It's not clear where the progress is coming from, is it? It hasn't been much progress yet. Maybe you can get the king to e5 and play f6. It seems to me what you want to do as White here, you want to try to get the black pawn there and put your king on f5 somehow. It could go on for a while, this one, but it doesn't matter to the result. Russian are champions.
It doesn't. Russia are champions, and this.
We will try to get one of them on for an interview, Jovanka, I think, hopefully.
Okay.
After this one, we'll see if it's possible. Yes. So I mean, it was a very close match. Maybe there was some problems disconnecting. It's part of online chess.
I wasn't disconnected. I thought maybe there might be some lag or something. You know, sometimes someone decides to do an update. There's a thunderstorm. I think I lost one of my games in the Olympiad because of lag. There was a thunderstorm up above, and you know, I live in Norway, so we have this super fast internet connection, and suddenly this very much the same. I've lost, and I was like, okay, but I'm winning, and he's like, I lost. Okay, fine. And then I think it was some lag that I had just because of a thunderstorm, and I didn't connect my. That was my fault. I shouldn't have been using Wi-Fi. I should have been connected onto the house Wi-Fi. So
yes. Maybe, oh my words, imagine if it was Nihao or Divyar's, you know, parents decided to upload a film from Netflix or something, you know.
No, but the fact that it was simultaneous, that's a little bit concerning. I mean, it was that maybe that, I don't know, but you know, I'm speculating. It could also be just a complete coincidence. Just because the two things happened at the same time doesn't mean they're necessarily connected. They were both short in time.
We're obviously only joking. We don't know. We're just
suggesting
silly things. And I think White's now got the winning idea, which is f6. Yeah, this is the move.
Now there's f6, and now we are good.
And the king comes in to the square.
Yeah, and f6 has been played, and now
exactly. exactly. Found the winning idea. King f6 and King f5. Sorry, making progress every move as we go. And there's even ideas
can you still fight by playing something like g6?
G6. Oh well, okay. This is
rook h5 is a nice way to. You see, Humpy is so resourceful,
so resilient. Such a resilient player, indeed. Yeah, really resilient.
Just imagine how frustrating it must be to be Goretzka. You think, okay, great, I've got my f6, I've got my king f5, it's in the bag.
Yeah, and you have to keep fighting.
And you find another new annoying move.
Yeah.
Okay, so now is this
I think what you can do, you can go check. Oh no, hang on a minute. Again, it's of course winning, it's just fighting the right way. Now, can you...
It's only...
Okay, this is good.
Okay, so
Simple.
Rook c8, okay. But again, she's finding it. Rook takes g7, and now you meet rook c8 with king e7.
Let's take that one first. That's a good idea. Get rid of the pawn. So, and yeah, I mean it's getting a bit easier now, I feel, because the f pawn can come up. Still could be quite a long game because you got to now move this one up maybe to win as well.
Now king goes to f6. Yeah, king.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that. Maybe I don't know.
No, I don't want to lose that one at all.
Yeah. So
rook f6 check.
No.
Okay, so maybe now.
Maybe rook g6 is simple, yeah? Just swap the rooks off. Get rid of those rooks. That's easy.
Get rid of those rooks. Okay, that's what she's done.
Game over now. That's resigning now, because your king will come to c7 like this. And that's very easy. So
yeah, you can even give up the d7 pawn, and she's won. So yeah, in the end, well, the score looks doesn't really reflect on the games, does it, Simon? Because the games were so hard fought.
No, I mean, brilliant play from White there. She played one of the games around. I can see why they're, as you say, trying to prepare her to be women's world champion, because in a very stressful situation, playing a near perfect game like that, grinding down the fantastic Humpy that was a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
Real nerves, real good nerves there. So this was one of the decisive results. The other two we'll quickly talk about here. Nihal Sarin, who was short of time anyway. Let's just remember that. He was in a rather difficult position. He might have been getting out of it here, but he only had, without any issues, 10 seconds left. It's really sad. I'm not going to deny it's not, but there's some problems to solve. And the other one, this
one was the real heartbreaker, because Divya has a fantastic position, and India does look like they're on the way to winning. Okay, you still need to win it. Of course. White is not won, just a great position. And she was short on time as well.
Yeah.
What happened? We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying it's a great position for White. Obvious reason, all of White's pieces are pointing at one thing, the king there. Black has no counterplay, no breaks on the queen side. White can even slowly arrange the move g4 to get rid of the one defensive piece, and even not have to sacrifice breaking through with g5 at the right moment. But more likely than not, there will be a big sacrifice coming on h6. But again, the game wasn't over here. And even when we had some issues, or maybe some issues, Divya was getting a bit of short time. I mean, obviously heartbreaking. I do really feel for Divya and obviously the rest of the Indian team. It's not nice to lose like that. Nihal Sarin must be devastating. Congratulations for them to getting through to the final, but congratulations to the winner, which are Russia.
Russia, online champions, the first ever online champion. This has been such a revelation, Simon. I know, we all miss over the board chess, and we love, and I speak from experience here, and just my personal opinion is that I love the Olympiad. I love the atmosphere, but this tournament has been fantastic. It's very rare that we have an online tournament that involves over approximately 150 nations. We all get a shot at playing some amazing teams, and we get to play for our country, and we get to feel that patriotic spirit. Absolutely fair play, and huge congratulations also to the organizers, FIDE and Chess.com, for thinking about such a thing. And it's been just a wonderful event. I mean, remarkable chess, and I really love the Armageddon, I must admit.
The Armageddon was a lovely idea, which I think FIDE came up with to add this element of drama to chess. And, you know, this is kind of what we need to popularize our beautiful game, really, something like this. And I mean, the other thing, you know, worth mentioning, the Olympiad, we have the winner, Russia, we have the big teams, India, well done to them. But the amount of nations which were playing from all over the world who competed in this, it was such a logistical challenge to set it up. You know, you had, like we mentioned, nearly 150 nations around that number, all over the world, all taking part, all competing, all being part of the process. And I think that's so nice to have that unity throughout the world in this competition. So it's been great.
And it has been a lot of effort involved, because I know from playing that there was a lot of the arbiters. You have to I have to mention the hard work that they put in. You know, they had to monitor the games. We were on Zoom calls, and they were constantly listening to our headsets and just monitoring for cheating. So definitely they've put in a lot of work, and a lot of, you know, just imagine the logistical nightmare there is in organizing the time zones as well. Because I mean, I was laughing about it, but you know, if India were to play the USA, you know, what time is the best, you know? Who's going to be playing it late at night or early in the morning, you know, just these kind of issues as well. But yeah, it's been an absolutely wonderful event.
Yes, yeah, definitely. We're just waiting to hear now what's happening, because obviously there was that thing with this, you know, whatever happens, we're getting an update there. We had a similar one, didn't we, with India versus Armenia, a similar sort of slight bit of controversy where one of the Armenian players had some trouble. I mean, I know myself from playing Blitz online, you have these issues with mouse slips, these things happen, and it's really unfortunate. You wouldn't get it over the board. It's part of the game often. I think
no, it's part of the online game. I mean, unfortunately, that's the kind of situation as it is. Mouse slips and lag and disconnects as it is. You know, that's kind of. I mean, I know you yourself. We were laughing at internet speeds. In Norway, the internet speed is so much better than in the UK, and Holland
I had my problems with, you know, earlier on with the Zoom call. It didn't work, so it just happens, you know. Yeah. It's a bit disappointing. So, okay, so to let you know what's happening now, we are going to go on a break, so quite a long break, and we'll be back later on with updates and with hopefully the closing ceremony. So I think I'd say a long break, probably 15 to 20 minutes. So hang around here, go and get yourself a cup of coffee, something like that, and you know, or beer if it's that time.
A cup of tea, Simon. A cup of tea. A cuppa will solve all the problems.
A cup of tea. Nice cup of tea. Okay, time for a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Right, and we'll be back again soon, Jovanka, right?
Yeah, we'll be back here soon.
Hello, welcome back to what will be the last day of our coverage on the 2020 online Olympiad. And it's been a fantastic event, been lots of highs and lows. I think we saw earlier on one of the slide shots, we had over 160 different nations playing. So a phenomenal amount of teams. Me and Jovanka have done commentary the last 4 days. It's been a real pleasure. But Jovanka, you were even playing in the Olympiad. So
yeah, I was playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stress it enough. It was absolutely brilliant experience. You know, it's such an emotional event. You know, you're playing for your country, you want to do well. And I can really relate to all those players out there who are so keen, putting 100% in. I mean, it sounds strange because it's an online event, but I do think that people were putting in the effort. I know the England team was certainly putting in the effort. We were training hard. You know, it was our opportunity to represent our country. So yeah, massive congratulations to Russia and to India for reaching the finals, and to Russia to winning it. But yeah, it was absolutely fantastic experience. And I actually want there to be more. I want this to be a bit more of a yearly thing. I think it's a fantastic thing. It's a great way of bringing, I mean, the Olympiad is once every 2 years, but if we have a yearly online Olympiad, then it's a way of bringing everyone together even more. I mean, I've loved every minute of it, Simon.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and it's like I mentioned earlier, a great way to just, like, I suppose, bring everyone together in the chess community. At the end, of course, we've ended with Russia winning, and we've ended with a small amount of teams. But at the start, which we did a little bit of commentary on, you had teams from everywhere playing, and obviously not professional players, but people who've got a love for the game and sharing their love. And one of the great things of the Olympiad, whether it's online or offline, is the way it does unite people across the world, no matter where you are, age, race, religion, anything like that. And it's great. Yeah. Great things, a great way to do that, Jovanka.
Absolutely. And one of the things, actually, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Simon.
Ooh, I like secrets.
Yeah. I've actually kind of been, I've been pestering some of the guys at FIDE and giving them my thoughts on things, you know, because we're chess players. We like to give our thoughts and we like to think that they're super important. But one of the things that I mean, it was an idea by someone that tweeted to me about 2-3 years ago. And he said, well, why don't the women and the men play together? Why is it not one big team? And I was like, yeah, why are the Olympiads not just one big team? And that way, you know, you don't have this thing that the women's are a sideshow or whatever. And so I was kind of giving them this thought. And so when they told me that the online Olympiad was happening and it was going to be 2 men, 2 women, and then they said about this junior under 20 and the junior girl under 20, oh my God, I jumped for joy, because, you know, it unites everyone in the country, and you know, and it appeals to chess on so many levels. Because okay, you know, there's been many situations where federations have, quite frankly, neglected one side of their chess. They just rely on the fact that they've maybe got 4 top players, and they're like, we're going to pump in all the money and all resources into that. And this way, you know, they actually have to pay attention to the juniors and to the women. And I think that is just fantastic. And it adds extra dimension to the players. And I love the Armageddon rules, because every player potentially is important. You know, it could be them up there. It could be the junior girl under 20, the junior under 20 playing the Armageddon match. Hey, you need to make sure that they're sharp. You need to make sure that they are trained for that scenario. And for me, that was just brilliant. Stroke of genius.
It's been awesome. I totally agree. This is a great format, and you have to thank FIDE for sort of changing the format to suit online chess, because in these teams have to bring together, like you mentioned, youngsters, females, males. So it's a real unity across the board, which maybe in some ways is missing in the proper Olympiad, which is a great event anyway, but they're separated as such. So I think it's been a real success. And also the Armageddon's been absolutely astonishing and amazing, the way that's been done. So there's been a lot of positives, and for a first of its kind, it's you know, normally there's going to be some teething problems, which there have been, normally with my Zoom connection. But apart from that, it's been fantastic. Now, we do have a little bit more information about what's happening now. And the first thing I can share with you is that India have filed an appeal. So they have done an appeal about, what happened in the last match. I'm sure you're all aware of that by now. I don't know how successful that would be because these, internet issues have been coming up throughout. I have no idea. We also can tell you that it's going to be a closing ceremony. So that's going to hopefully come about in 30 minutes. I'm not sure. I mean, it's one thing running a chess tournament online. I've no idea no idea what a closing ceremony online means. Does it mean everyone's at home like the Eurovision, waving their flags and like, way? I mean, where'd you get the medals from? Where's my medal? It's like
it's new technology, Simon. It just appears. They go like this. They throw it and you catch a medal. No,
like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. When he goes through the teleporting.
The television, yeah.
The television. Yeah. Mike TV. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how what's going to happen in the closing ceremony. We're going to get to see all the great players and coming to collect their bits and bobs. So which will be cool. So I'm just seeing if we're going to get anything else about that. I think it's like team captains, FIDE, Chess.com officials. Wow, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I've no idea how it's going to work.
I'm curious as well.
I'm curious. I
mean, is it like a collective Zoom call where they say, everyone, all the players are online, and they kind of someone goes and.
I have no idea. Maybe absolutely no idea.
Like those I don't know, call them those cartoon versions of yourself.
Yeah,
maybe they have them all lined up, and then they can like do a little animation where the. Okay, well, yeah, okay. You can see I have a very active imagination, so.
It's good to have an active imagination. I say, chess players will only be great chess players if they have a good imagination. But I don't know, it'd be interesting. And one thing I found very funny, I did laugh about this massively for the candidates. Was that because of the COVID times, FIDE created these models of the players. I don't know if you saw them. They had a model of each of the players, and they tried to create little scenes because you couldn't get that interaction, which I thought was quite hilarious. It was a really nice idea. They had all these little scenes, these lovely little. I'd love to have a little. Would you like to have a little? I don't know. Model of you made? Maybe we could start selling it on somebody's streams. Anyone want to model Jovanka?
Yeah,
a model Jovanka. Yeah.
They can be talking to each other. In fact, maybe they could have like our catchphrases. Do you have a catchphrase, Simon? Because
I've got too many. I've got too many. One thing I always say in a stream is when I do something good, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why. I like that one.
You could have a little figurine with that catchphrase. Well, another thing I've noticed you say is discombobulated. Not many people use that word except you.
It's probably my favorite word in the whole world. Discombobulated. It's got such a nice little ring to it. I like it. I like the sound of it. I'm always a bit discombobulated myself, so it fits as well.
It's a beautiful word, Simon. I think it should be used more often.
Yes, it should be. It should be. I'm just always discombobulated. But we've and another thing I would like to say, thank you to everyone who is in the chat, who's joined us on the adventure. And I know we've only done the last segment, and we've had some other fantastic commentators for the earlier rounds. So big shout out to all of them, and also the producers.
Yeah, we have to thank our producers who's been calmly navigating us through all the drama.
Yeah, they have. So thank you to all of them. Like, all the guys at Chess.com who we speak to. We don't really have much to do with FIDE. We're getting all our bits and bobs from them, and they do a great job, Chess.com. So thank you to them. So it's been good. So should we have more of these going on? Do you want more Olympiads? Should we just have one once a week? No,
not once a week. Once a year, I think is good. Once a year. Once a year, the biggest online event. The whole world is involved to find out best online nation.
Well, I think it's clear that during these tough times, online chess is one thing that's been thriving. and there's much potential to take it to another level, really. And that's what a lot of people are doing. I mean, individuals like Hikaru and FIDE even. We're mentioning someone from the Indian team, Giri, to name but some. And also federations, FIDE, doing a great job. So there's loads of potential to grow this game, to make it bigger and bigger, and to give chess the audience it deserves. It's growing massively. It's crazy.
No, I mean, I have to say kudos to FIDE for thinking up of this idea, because they could have just said, well, you know, the Olympiad has been cancelled, postponed, whatever. It's going to be in 2021. What can we do? But, you know, they thought about it and they came up with this online Olympiad idea. I know that there's now going to be an Olympiad for disabled people, and you know, they're coming up with new and innovative ways. And again, they listened and they came up with a whole new format with 2 men, 2 women, and 2 juniors. Very inclusive approach by them. So
we have a cat Olympiad.
A cat Olympiad? A pet Olympiad?
Pet Olympiad. I like it, yeah. Maybe just cats, really dogs.
Well, how's it work?
I'm going to have to work on the logistics of it a little bit, but I was just thinking you take pictures of animals on a chessboard. I don't know, the winning animal wins the gold medal.
I heard Charlie isn't the most famous chess cat.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I know
isn't there? There's another chess cat that has this. I can't remember. It's another grandmaster who has a chess cat.
Nepo has a chess cat.
Nepo.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's Nepo's? I think we've got Charlie in the chat. I don't know what Nepo's chess cat's called, but he's a very beautiful, beautiful cat. One of those expensive ones, I think. So yeah. Which Charlie's friends? Ricky? Is it Ricky? Am I saying that right? Richie, not Ricky. Not Ricky. That'd be a bit weird. Ricky. Bianca. Ricky. Yes. So Richie. That's a much nicer name. Good.
That was a kind of a little joke for those people who are Brits. You know, there's a EastEnder joke there.
Yeah, EastEnders only for the Brits out there.
No.
Okay, so yeah, we're really just awaiting on more news with the appeal. Closing ceremony looks like it's going to be more realistically in half an hour. So this is really when me and Jovanka are thinking of random rubbish to talk about and just having a bit of a laugh, really. So Jovanka, talking about having a laugh.
Yes.
Well, maybe not having a laugh, it's a serious thing. You have published, you're one of the only people in the world to have published a non-chess book, if that makes sense, a fiction book.
Yeah,
The Mating Game.
I co-authored a novel called The Mating Game. So yeah, it's a romance. It's aimed at women, I'll be honest there. So if you're not a woman and you're not into romance, then it's probably not the book for you. But yeah, it's just fun. And so there's some exciting news there, actually. But I can't really reveal too much. Yeah. That's super exciting news, as in jump up and down with absolute excitement.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And I will let something slip. I may be playing the lead role in the Hollywood movie. No, that's not actually true. But anyway, sort of.
No, I mean, there's some interest, and I mean, it will be completely different to the book. I mean, it will be it's I did read a little bit of I know. It's fantastic.
Thank you for the raid there, which has just come through. Another great streamer.
Okay, we have a raid. I still haven't got my head around this raiding, and
it's basically
sounds a bit like Viking times.
It is. It's like the Vikings, but it's a nice thing. It's a nice raid. So you go and raid them with flowers and stuff like that, rather than the other thing. So the Mating Game, go and check it out. It's a bit like 50 Shades, but for the chess player. Is that right?
But without, but a lot more fun than 50 Shades. 50 Shades is a bit.
Yeah. Dubious. So okay, well, I'm very interested to hear what's the good news.
Yeah, when we have news, so we're kind of I'll go official with it, but it's super hold on to your seat, squeal with excitement kind of news. Okay. Yeah.
Well, we could talk a little bit more about Olympiad. I mean, people who don't know, generally it's the biggest chess event of I suppose, that's around when they can play it over the board. It happens every 2 years where all nations from across the world get together at one venue. It's happening here on the internet now. Something every chess player, I think, really wants to aim to get into, to represent their country and to play over on chessboard. So it's a really big event, the Olympiad. I'm just trying to think of some weird stories. I mean, you've played an Olympiad, so I'm too weak to ever get an Olympiad. But how can we away from the chessboard? The chess is fantastic. There's been some brilliant chess stories. Heroes have been made, villains have been found, but chess players not all boring either, are they, Jovanka? Has anything interesting happened like away from the board? Any controversy you can let slip in? I'm putting you on the spot now.
No, I mean, I know there's not been any. I mean, there's been some funny moments.
Okay.
There's been funny moments away from the board. Like one that still makes me smile. I mean, I'm not sure how funny it is, but it was in 2006 in Turin, and of course, Russia. They hadn't won, but they were up there on the podium, and they were in their official sponsored suits. And I'm not even sure whether the English team actually went to the closing ceremony. I think we did. I'm not sure, but you kind of, after the ceremony, you kind of go to your local pub, and you just chill, have a few drinks. So in the Russian guys come in their suits, striding all confidently, and they start following one of our players who is headed for the toilet. And he's headed for the toilet, and the Russian team, all just kind of the men's team, this is, in their suits, all stride confidently behind him. And no, actually, it wasn't one of our players. It was one of their players, in fact. So he was headed to the toilet. He knew the pub, and so he was headed to the toilet. And we're just watching all these guys, and they're like, he's going to this one cubicle. What are the other 6 players doing? And then you kind of see them all kind of march into this one cubicle, and you kind of slowly see 5 of them come, and we're just looking at these top Russian grandmasters. I think Kramnik was in there as well, and we were like, what are you guys doing? Why are you all striding into this one cubicle? Which was a little bit funny, a bit weird, but yeah.
So what was the answer?
Well, we kind of just made a joke. They didn't realize. They
didn't realize
it was another room.
Oh, right.
So they followed everyone into the one toilet. But yeah, so that was a bit weird.
Well, sounds a bit weird. Did they think there was another round going on in the cubicle, and they had to, a playoff?
I've never seen that before, where these suited and booted Russians all go striding into the toilet, and then they all kind of stride out kind of with red faces.
You're right. You're right. No playoff. That's a new one.
So that was kind of like one random story that I have. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of party stories that I probably shouldn't go into.
There's many stories which are best kept stories.
There's a lot of party stories. There's a lot of maybe most of the chess. It's all about the chess, really, when it comes to Olympiads, and all about. It's either like, the thing is with Olympiads is like party or chess. There's no in between.
I mean, I've heard some great ones from the past. So obviously, the Olympiad is a tournament that's been going on for many years, way before when we were around born. And I've heard reading the old chess books can be quite an insight into the way things are done. Obviously, depending on the world situation, this is exceptional, because you think this is the only time it's happened, really, I think, online, and which is quite unbelievable. Even through very difficult political situations, the Olympiad has often happened, and in difficult circumstances. And I was reading something about some of the great Russian players. So one of my favorite players, my favorite player of all time, Mikhail Tal. I was reading some story about him at Olympiad with Victor the Terrible Korchnoi, and I think they were, like most teams at the Olympiad, and their captain trainers, like, you've got to really stay in your room. You're not supposed to go out to the local bar or anywhere like that. And I read some story earlier, I obviously don't know if it's true, that they both snuck out through the back window of their hotel room, because obviously you couldn't go out the normal way, to go to the local nightclub. So I could just picture, like, Mikhail Tal. We can think nowadays you've got like Hikaru striding to the local bar, sneaking in there. And I think Mikhail Tal came fumbling back with a massive black eye, and he'd been beaten up by some thugs at the nightclub, and he got dropped from the team after that because he was disobeying the orders. I don't know what year that was or anything like that. So it was, just some crazy little stories on and off the board.
I do remember my first Olympiad. You just reminded me. My first Olympiad was the Lister in '98, and I was like super young, and I was like super into my chess and super serious about everything. And I get there, and I just made my WIM tides, just become a WM. I'm like, yeah, I want to be like, really want to show him how it is for, really want to play well for England. And we get to a Lister, and they're like, the building's not ready.
Oh, right.
Like, what
Okay.
do you mean? Like, the building's not ready? They're like, the building's not ready, so you can't play. No. And so rumor has it that like every citizen of a Lister then went to work on this building, and we didn't have anything to do for 3 days, so we were just like chilling. They took us to we went and saw camel racing, where we met the national poet of a Lister. And he proceeded to tell us, he proceeded to fall off his chair about like 3-4 times. He was quite big, ancient, wise old man. And he was saying to us, yes, great. And then he just like threw himself back on his chair. We were like, oh no, we've just like killed the national poet of a Lister. But no, we didn't. But when the chess actually started, it was a night. There was basically the restaurant at the chess palace, or whatever it's called, became a nightclub, and every day there was a nightclub. There was a little disco, and it was quite interesting. It was the most weirdest Olympiad I've ever been to. I mean, Curzan came. It was before he became what he became. He kind of greeted us all, presented us with a gift bag, and guess what was in the gift bag?
Vodka.
Yeah, it was this like Russian. I think that you buy this vodka bottle for like £50, but each of us got given a bottle of vodka, and then there was like a disco every night, and we got given. The funny thing was, usually you kind of get given your hotel rooms according to your placings in the previous years. And so if you finished in the top 10, you get given this amazing hotel room. But if you haven't, then it kind of decreases. So if you finish in the bottom, then you don't get a great standard, I'm afraid. But this year, that year, it wasn't done like that. It was kind of almost done like the women got the best accommodation. The men got some ex-Soviet flat. And so the English men got given like this flat, I think it was quite nice, but it just didn't look great from the outside. And we got given this newly built house, and they were a bit upset about this. So every night it was disco at our house as well. So, I will never forget, there were like things like David Norwood, who was he was a really funny captain. He was like, do you want to see my party trick? I can carry 3 people on my back at once. I'll never forget the time when he had poor Ruth Sheldon on his back. Yeah. And he goes, Tony Miles, this is, jump on. And Tony goes, all right. And then Rufa was like, no. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
well, let's put it that way. It didn't end well. They all ended up on the floor. But yeah.
Well, on that note, thank you.
This is why you don't let me on live.
Oh, it's interesting. I'm just wondering where I am for a minute. So yeah, it's like being back there. It's like being there. I love to hear what the English team will get up to and the other teams, and it's okay. I mean, it's a social thing as well, isn't it? It's a real social thing. But we have been given a little bit more information. So people say we're sort of stalling for time. We're having some jokes, and we're sort of waiting for the results of the appeal. So the appeal has been made by India because they had some disconnection problems. Obviously, the appeal process takes some time. They've got to look at the internets, whatever.
And we can't really comment on stuff that we don't know, can we, Simon? We can't sit there and say, well, we agree with this, we agree with that, because we really
can't speculate. We can't speculate. We're not allowed to. We cannot do that.
We don't know the facts. And when we do know more, we will let everyone know. But until then.
So I think we're going to take a break, and as soon as we get the result on the appeal, and as soon as that's happened, we can do the prize ceremony, which should be happening, which should be quite interesting. Like I said, no idea how that's going to work. Be intriguing. I think, yeah, we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back, and we will know what's happening with that appeal. That's really the key piece of information. Are they going to have to play again? Has it been? I don't know what's going to happen. So
I don't know either.
That's why we're going to have to wait on that, basically. So yeah, so Jovanka, I think we're going to take a short break. So
I think that's a great
yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Before I tell any more stories.
Yeah, you might. The stories, if the stories keep coming, it could be some trouble. So let's take a break, shall we?
Yeah.
Time for a break. So we'll be back soon, and guys, just stay tuned on this channel. So we're bringing you news as soon as we can. Well, hi everyone. We actually now have some big news, massive news, great news, interesting news. And I know there's a lot of rumors and stuff going around on the internet, on Twitter, etc., on the Twitch chat even. And we are joined by Nick from Chess.com, who can give us more of the technical information because we're not so tech savvy. So Nick, what actually happened as far as we know so far?
Yeah, so this is still kind of a developing situation. We've been monitoring Cloudflare's system status over the last quite a bit of time, really, since this incident happened. And we noticed that they had actually posted, and there have been multiple articles from all over the world talking a little bit about what the issue was. So as we understand it now, from 10:45 UTC, there were a series of HTTP 500 class errors, basically DNS errors, for users to be able to connect to not only Chess.com but also services all over the world, including Hulu, Xbox Live, PlayStation, etc. And that only as of 11:57 UTC was identified as a transit provider issue. Basically, what this means is there's a transit provider that, just as the name would indicate, provides the travel of information between Cloudflare and its various end users or servers that use its service. And this is not just affecting Cloudflare either. This is affecting other content DNS who are able to take some of that information and distribute it to different servers and companies that use its service. What we've seen is that they're still continuing to work on this service now. We, Chess.com, obviously, we think that this event has been critically important, and we know there are a lot of people, fans watching from all over the world. So we went back, checked through our server logs to ensure that this wasn't a Chess.com issue. And luckily, we're able to indicate that wasn't it. And it's just really unfortunate what happened. And we've heard the outcome now in the decision from the appeals committee. We think that the decision is the right one, but it's just a really unfortunate situation. And, we just wanted to make sure that we're communicating really clearly with everybody and keeping them up to date on everything that's happened and transpired thus far.
Yeah, brilliant. So, I mean, it's just an unfortunate situation which was out of control of Chess.com, out of the control of FIDE. It's a tech issue, and therefore a decision has been made about whether they're going to play again, whether they're going to, and the person who tells the decision, it's a big, you can hear us, Jovanka. Can you hear us, Jovanka?
I can hear you.
So I'm not sure if Jovanka hear us, but okay, the decision is they are going to be joint winners. Joint winners. So we're being told that the gold medal is going to both India and Russia. But in fairness, I'm going to represent Russia, Jovanka's going to represent India, and we're going to play 1 minute game of Bug House to decide that. No, I'm joking. It's a joint gold medal between the two nations. It's the only fair thing to do. They're both being given gold. It's a very unfortunate situation. Want to keep it as fair as everyone can. This is the only answer that people have decided is fair. So thoughts on that, Jovanka and Nick?
It's a very fair decision. It is a very fair decision, but would perhaps a replay and perhaps not have been fair? But yeah, I would just. There are some questions that what about those? There's some. I've heard some rumors on the internet. Well, some kind of statements made on the internet that when you connect onto a Zoom call, that you're still connected. That this should mean. Wow. Let me phrase it. That if you're still connected onto a Zoom call, that this means that you're still connected onto the internet. Because I've heard a lot of people say that. Therefore, this is why it's an issue with Chess.com as opposed to a computer error. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that in relation to another case.
Yeah, I can actually speak to that just a little bit. So there were two different games that were affected here, and we went through the logs of both of those games, both Divya and Nihal's games as well. There were actually two kind of separate, unique issues within those two users' experiences and between their two sessions. For Divya, Divya's session showed that there was connectivity issue before the game even started, which indicated actually an unstable internet. In fact, there was observation of a Zoom disconnection with Divya. And so this was something kind of separate that happened to have happened about the same time as the Cloudflare issue was happening. Whereas with Nihal had a stable connection to Chess.com, and then about 22 seconds before the end of the game, we did see that connection issue. But to your point about there being, an indication where if someone's connected to Zoom and they're not connected to Chess.com or any other site for that matter, it's not just us. And in fact, other sites have come out, and said the same thing. Lee Chess came out and said the same thing, for example, that, excuse me, that this is not an indication necessarily, right, that it's an actual server issue. The reason being that different services use different, basically, or rather, different sites use different services, right? So not everyone uses, let's say, Cloudflare, right? There's other, content DNS as well who are able to distribute that data. But when it's a worldwide outage, it's not that all the sites are affected or even everywhere in the world. In fact, if you go to the Cloudflare status, you'll notice that a map will show kind of where those specific areas that were affected. And you'll notice that there's areas of Western Europe, India, right, and they're spotted, they're intermittent. This isn't an entire country going down, or it's not, all the services within a specific area or something like that. So, these are things that are just unfortunately part of playing online chess, or frankly, being online in general, especially at a time where there's so much increased traffic. And I've read numerous articles talking about this. So it's just a really unfortunate situation, but that is one, that's kind of how that works and where that explanation comes from.
Yeah, no, it was just something that I know was going on the internet. So yeah, so just very, very unfortunate somehow.
It is. Yeah, it is. I do think it's a fair outcome. It's just a really unfortunate one. Simple as that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a fair outcome as well, Simon, just to simply split the honors. Because if it were just to be a replay, then you have to ask yourself, well, do they start for the same position? And there's all sorts of things like that. And I think this is just very fair to both teams who have been brilliant competitors.
Yes, it's true. And we are now going to take a short break very shortly. I'm going to let Jovanka say goodbyes and Nick in a second. I know it's affected my Zoom call as well, which I'm hoping is going to hold up. But just to let you know, we are going to be back very shortly with the closing ceremony, and we might even get some more thoughts on this from some other of the top players. So Jovanka and Nick, I'll let you finish this little bit, and then we'll take a break and go to the closing.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
just let's hope. Okay, we're back again. A little bit more news. Hopefully you can hear me. Unfortunately, I'm suffering through my Zoom call the same problems that's suffering a lot of other people. We want to clarify, it's not a Chess.com thing. It's something more technical above that that's affecting other internet sites.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I'm going to be signing off. I'm going to be signing off now because my Zoom's so bad. So I'm going to say goodbye to everyone, and Jovanka's going to be taking through the closing ceremony. So if you can hear me, it's been a pleasure to work with Jovanka. She's an amazing commentator. Her first time, can you believe it, commentating online, and she's just done an amazing job. She's a true pro. Massive shout out to Bick. Go and check out his channel, and also to all the Chess.com team, FIDE. They've done a massive task behind this. It's not easy running this, and you get internet problems that you can't do anything about. It's just life. Just get over it, people. So I'm going to say goodbye. Jovanka, I'll leave you the final words because I don't know if my Zoom's that good, but see everyone later. And Jovanka, you're doing the closing now.
Yeah, I will do that. Thank you so much, Simon, for all your efforts and for making these last four days incredibly fun. And I'd like to also echo his words with thanking everyone out there and thanking the efforts of the organizers and our producers. And as you can see, well, life can be a little bit technical at times. We can suffer those ups and downs. So thank you very much, Simon, for everything. welcome back to the show. You know, it's been an exciting 4 days of chess, first with the preliminaries and then the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finally the final. And who would have thought? India against Russia. And yeah, so the result was a tie. So because of the disconnection, because of the technical issues, that the gold medal will be shared. So quite an interesting state of play. So
absolutely, yeah. Let's just go a quick introduction, chat. I'm Bigfoot. I am the Chess.com esport producer. Simon had to leave us because his internet connection wasn't as stable as it is, unfortunately, with all the Cloudflare things going on. And we didn't want you guys to look at a waiting screen all the time, so we at least wanted to provide some sort of entertainment, and I think we can do that.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for the closing ceremony, so it would be quite an exciting thing. I've never been to a virtual, well, online closing ceremony. Have you, Vic?
No. Usually I never make it, because then you have to like end up high. I always like at the bottom of whatever group I am, so I don't even get like a real ceremony. I have 0 prizes. It's bad, man. Actually, not, chat. I'm amazing. I am amazing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, they're gonna get the medals by mail. I mean, let's not dive too deep into that, chat. We're actually gonna look at some games that we saw. We're gonna have to find them first. Now, this is the first problem we have. We need to find where we gotta get our games going. But we'll get that done. I think I have it somewhere here. So we're gonna make it. Which, yeah, crazy events going on. It's absolutely mad. All right, I'm gonna share you this one. So this is just a link to the games. Let's see if that works. Chat. Also, chat, I am here right now. If you have any questions regarding what happened, if you have any questions about anything else, you know, math questions, rather not those, but maybe we can help you out. The point is right now that India and Russia will both get the gold medals. Russia also accepted these terms. Can you imagine if Russia appealed as well? I don't want to share a gold medal with them. Get out of here. So it was all...
No, it wasn't scripted, very much not scripted, and very much definitely a twist to the storytelling, because everyone wants a game, you know, chess is chess, and you want it all to be resolved fair and square. So definitely could not have predicted it. But in the end, I think a fair result. I mean, I know I read some mutterings on the Twitch as to why there wasn't a replay, but that doesn't really seem a fair solution either, does it, Big? Because,
no.
The 4 players had in fact played and made an effort, and you know, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, Esipenko had achieved a slightly preferable position with some time pressure. That's not fair on him to be asked to replay that, and again, it's not fair to Divya's opponent, but okay. It's his first event ever. You have to remind ourselves.
Yeah.
There's an online Olympiad has never ever been held before, so there's bound to be some teething troubles.
Listen, Chad, the thing that is this, and we need to make this really clear, is we're not ready yet to hold huge online tournaments without disconnects. They will happen. This Olympiad has been going on for like a month already. So much has happened. And the thing is that, you know, this is the best FIDE could do. It was either this or postpone. So I'm really glad that they went forward to it, and we'll have to learn along the way how we do this in the future, chat. How about the issue with Armenia? That's a good question. I don't know. I actually don't know. I think that just stands. That will just stand. Different scenario.
It is a completely different scenario, because one is you're talking about a global outage, and the other is an individual computer. So it's a bit like comparing oranges and lemons. You can't do it. It's a different scenario, a different set of circumstances. So I don't think the two should be compared. I don't think just because they occurred doesn't mean that they're necessarily connected. So
yeah, exactly. So there's the way it is. And actually, I have some content because I created the clip, and I'm gonna see if I'm gonna get that live. I will get that live, but you're gonna have to bear with me for a moment while we do that, chat, because it's actually very obvious. I made a clip that actually shows that both Nihal and Divya were disconnected from the Zoom call. So we can have a quick look at that right now once I set things up. But yeah, crazy experience coming in, Jovanka. So it's definitely not always like this when you commentate online. Usually things are a little bit easier, you know, a little bit chiller. But now it's like, nah.
This is a baptism of fire, Vic, you know? It threw me in the deep end. It disconnects, appeals, Armageddon matches, you know, it's, yeah.
I mean, you gotta learn it the hard way. What do you mean? You
Edge of my seat, you know, I think I might have lost a few years of my life commentating on this.
Oh, you and me both, man. You and me both. So let's have a quick look at the clip that we have from this event with a little bit more insight, chat, to see what has happened. Let's see if I can find the Twitch chat, because people usually like to see you talk. All right, so let's have a quick look. Did you guys see that? Or was that a little bit of a bug? I'm not sure if you guys could see it. Or anything. Probably silence, yeah. I have like desktop audio is not connected at the moment, so but you couldn't see anything? I pressed no chat, I pressed play. Believe me, I pressed play. Let me change it to something else. Let me press self. Chat, I pressed play. Oh my god, chat. Chat, you're being weird, champ, right now. Alright, you're being weird, champ. Alright, so there's no audio. There's no audio, chat. You're gonna live with that. But you can see very clearly Nihal and Divya are standing completely still. Let me show this real quick. No audio, chat. Look at this. You see Divya and Nihal not moving at all, and the rest is moving.
There you can see it. There you can see it. You see Nihal is frozen, Divya frozen, and everyone else.
Everyone else is moving. Everyone else is watching. It's just Nihal and Divya. This is the moment of the disconnection. Right, you can look it up. You can go back into the Twitch chat. I'll show one more time, everyone. This is the unfortunate moment where it happened. Divya and Nihal are both disconnected from the Zoom call. There are still images.
No, yeah, they're not concentrating real hard. They are frozen because the screen has disconnected.
And you can see, we're going to do it one more time. You can see the rest. Everyone else is moving, except those two, unfortunately. And this is the difficult position where they were in. So, let's see if we can find some games back. Did the link work that I put in
no, it
in the chat?
Didn't work. I was unable to follow.
You're unable to follow. All right, so this is, I think most of them are still online. Anyway, but maybe I can find a game worthy to see. Let's make some work. But let's take some questions from the chat. Let's do some Q&A chat. We're just waiting for the online Olympiad to get the closing ceremony where we get 2 gold medals. I'll take the silver one, actually. That means they have a silver medal left. You know, I'll have one.
I don't mind a silver medal. It's have you? I don't think I've ever won a. Yes, I have. I won a European team championship. We won bronze.
I won bronze. All right. Bronze. That's good.
I got silver. I got silver individual performance. It's always been my dream that realistically, England are never going to win gold in the female. It would be nice to kind of get a performance medal.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the dream. But I remember I won silver, and I didn't get a medal. I got a lot. Actually, I can show the trophy. Right
wow! All right. Big trophy, chat. I need a big cam for this.
Here it is.
Ooh.
It's a lava trophy from Iceland. Oh, hang on, I'm not showing it.
It's pretty good. No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's showing. It's showing. It's a little bit difficult to make out. You had a different trophy that you really wanted, right? One trophy that you were fighting for.
The trophy that I really wanted was the Commonwealth Women's Championship. So I don't have too many trophies on my desk. But
look at that.
This is the one I really wanted.
Look at those, chat. Look at those. Yeah, we're waiting for the ceremony to start. But I actually have a box of trophies in there. I haven't displayed it anywhere just yet, but might look it up. We'll see, chat. Yeah, the Cold Trophy. You know, she works in the mines. Why do you think she's Where do you think the British are pill, chat? They work in the mines all day.
It was an Icelandic trophy.
Oh, it's an Icelandic trophy. All right,
okay. Before you say that I work in the mines, yeah. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, definitely kind of fun. But I mean, I have to say one thing about the online Olympiad. It's been a fantastic event. You know, okay, we can take let's ignore all the disconnection troubles and everything. Yeah. I mean, we have to acknowledge 163 countries played. Juniors, women, top players, everyone got involved, and it's been a month of exciting chess. And I think it's worth going through teething troubles just to kind of get the level of involvement that we have had with this event.
Absolutely, because I'm just going to show a little bit where we started, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go back in time. It was December 1963. It's not really that, but it is the base division. This is where it all started, chat. The base division, the Cayman Islands, Haiti. I think the Netherlands and Tail were actually playing in this one as well. I don't see them just yet, but Netherlands were in here as well somewhere. And a few divisions moved on, and I think the biggest one was it from the base division? Let me check. There was one that came on really, really high, but I don't see it just yet. Unfortunately, I think it's from the next one, ladies and gentlemen. So this is where it started, and we're moving up to Division 4 now. Division 4, here we have the Netherlands and Tail. Legends. I have no idea who played there. But the real surprise there was Thailand. Thailand actually went to Division 3, won that as well. So won Division 4, won Division 3, and ended up in Division 2. So they really clawed their way back on top. Others that went really well, Syria went really well. Thailand went really well, like I said. And then we moved on to the next one. Let's see which of these gentle giants went through. Jordan was a big surprise. Belgium had a tough time, but did actually very well. And Iraq was one of the big winners. And after that, chat, we had Division 2. Division 2 was a real powerhouse. The Netherlands getting kicked out, unfortunately. Not in this division. The next one, this one, they barely made it. Germany. Oh, who can forget the German Armageddon? Germany versus, was it? Who was playing?
Germany got knocked out by Hungary.
Hungary, yes, it was Hungary.
Like not with because of a 0.03 of a second.
Who forget that one? Yeah, that was an exciting one as well. Greece, such a strong team. You wouldn't think Greece was a strong team.
No, Greece is strong. Greece are very strong. They have very strong women and very strong grandmasters. So, you know, England have played them quite a few times, and I think the result is always positive, but it's not. It's always been a close shave. So
absolutely. And from there on, we went to the top boys, chat, Division 1. This is where everyone was in. Russia, China. Can we talk about China?
Yes.
Early elimination of China. Wow.
I mean, that was just unbelievable. I mean, I really would, if I was a betting person, I would have said China was going to be in the finals. No doubt about that.
Same.
You know, they have Hu Yifan, Ding Liren, Yu Yang Yi, Wei Yi, you know, Zhu Wenjun. It just is like, wow, this is like women's world champions and the best grandmasters in the world and the most dangerous ones as well. So yeah, and they got knocked out by Ukraine, who just outclassed them. And when it came to the Armageddon match, I think Ukraine were especially lucky that the junior under 20 category was chosen. That really equalized the playing field. In fact, it probably put it in their favor because Kirill Shevchenko had just been beating everyone. So, yeah.
Absolute legend. Yeah, we had him on the broadcast as well.
I remember I was just absolutely flabbergasted. And Simon was like, no. He really thought that Ukraine could do it. But for me, the idea of China being out was just inconceivable.
Inconceivable indeed. And I mean, we can show the brackets if I have it on. I'm not going to say that just yet. We're not showing anything yet. Oh, we are showing something. Never mind. These were the Emperor. I have everything ready. I'm so great. So amazing, right, Jovi? So good. So India Azerbaijan, Russia, and the US were all ready because they finished first in all of their pools. They just skipped it, and I mean it worked because also in the India pool was China, if I remember correctly, which it was, and China came second and lost to Ukraine.
Yep.
Lost to Ukraine. Shevchenko being an absolute legend.
Preliminaries, and you would never ever have thought that. And you know, there were some real underdogs in the preliminaries. I mean, I really wanted Greece to kind of do something against Armenia, but it was unfortunately, but they put up a fight, but they just wouldn't make it. And but the game, I think the closest by far was the Hungary-Germany. I mean, that one is going to stay with me for the rest of my life.
The
very first Armageddon match and went to 0.03, and wow.
Yeah, but, quite ridiculous indeed.
Yeah, and then of course the quarterfinals. You know, India against Armenia. Of course, we'll have to address that issue because of it. Armenia lost the first match because one game disconnected, but it was just one game. I mean, this is a completely different situation to how it is today, because today we're talking about a global problem with a Cloudflare. I'm not very technical, so you'll have to understand my very simplistic language, but it's a global problem that's been recorded by many people. In fact, the reason Simon's not here is because Simon has had problems with his Zoom call, with it's affecting everyone.
Yeah, it's a real it's difficult.
India and Armenia, I mean, it was just the one game that was affected. And again, I have to stress, actually, and this is my personal viewpoint, this is the quarterfinals. It's in the limelight, and I think Chess.com and FIDE have been very, very thorough about this, and they would have checked every possible scenario. They would have looked at all the servers, the routers, and whatever, all the records. And if it'd been their fault, they would have been, okay, hands up, we do a replay or something.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't wreck someone's chances for that. So there was nothing to be found. So it's a different situation. So I'm very, very unfortunate. I really would have liked to see Armenia and India battle it out and have everything resolved on the chessboard. Like we're chess players, we want to see good games. We don't want.
Yeah, we want to see action. I was rooting for that. I was rooting for that Armageddon. You know, I was so hyped.
Me too. I really wanted an Armageddon. I mean, that was such a close match. It went to the wire, and I really thought that Armenia could, even if they lost the first game, they could bring it back and take it to Armageddon. Absolutely. And then we have Azerbaijan and Poland, and boy,
I wasn't there. Actually, I wasn't there. What did I have to do?
Missed out.
I missed out. Oh yeah, I had a goodbye drink. I had a goodbye drink with my colleagues because it was my last day at work. Actually, it will be my last day at work on Monday night, but this will be the last time I saw them. So I had a drink. Yeah. I had a beer. So what happened there?
Well, what happened there? This was the closest match by far. I mean, first of all, Poland. You know, Poland are an amazingly strong team. You have Wojciech and Duda. Duda had racked up the points. It was unbelievable, and they played fantastic chess. Duda beat Mamedyarov, and they took the first leg. So they won the first leg, but Azerbaijan fought back and won the second leg. So it all went down to Armageddon, and the women's board was chosen as the category. And it was this insane matchup between Monika Sochko against Gunay Mamadzada. And the funny thing is, they played in the second leg, and Monika had been completely winning, and she'd ruined it. She'd ruined it, and she'd lost a one position. So you can imagine the frustration and the kind of emotion that she must have been feeling to then meet her opponent again in an Armageddon match, where basically it decides whether a team, her country, went through. It's not like just the team, it's the country as well. And and it was a really topsy-turvy game. You know, Monika went hard, she pushed for the win, and she overpressed, and Gunay had the winning position. Gunay missed some elementary wins, and they got down to a situation where one had 15 seconds, and Monica had 2 seconds, and she set up a mating net.
Oh, with the rook on h7 and the bishop on
she
d5
set
or
up
something.
this mating net, and missed it was a mating net. I mean, it's very easy to do, super easy to do, and she missed this chance to simplify the position, and boy, just like that, Poland qualified. And what I loved about this, actually, what I loved most was Rajabov did an Instagram post where he put up a picture of Gunnar and said that sometimes the hero is still the hero, and I love this because he didn't blame her, he didn't criticize Gunnar for missing this mating net. He just said she took the with her victory over Monica in the second leg, she took them to the Armageddon. And sometimes luck isn't on your side. And I thought that's just like a sign of class, that a top player like that, instead of criticizing Gunnar, he took the time to lift her up and just to say, it didn't work out. Great. You're still a great player. Let's go forward. Let's move on. And you just imagine, Gunnar Mamadzada must have been absolutely inconsolable in that moment when she lost. And to have the encouragement and support of Rajabov, the top player, public as well, just for me was quite an emotional post. I got very, very happy with it.
Oh, I think it's really good. I think it's really good because when you lose, you're on like a game of chess. I mean, I'm already pissed. I mean, mouses are flying. My dog has to get out of here before she gets a kick. Wait, that's not true, chat. I love my dog. But the thing is that you feel a little bit down, but when you lose that Armageddon match, when you were winning, you didn't lose for yourself. You lost for your country. And that hurts even more. That stings way, way more.
Yeah.
And it's...
I've been in situations where it's where I've lost the victory for my, I've lost the victory for my country, and it's hurt so much. But this is like a knockout where it's the next stage, all eyes on you. So it's like 1,000 times more intense. So, brilliant move by Rajabov. And then, in the semifinals, we have Russia against Hungary. So yeah, I haven't been able to load the game, so I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Well, we're just chilling. You can actually just go to the starting position so people don't think there's a game going on.
Okay.
Let's just do that. Yeah, we'll just put it like that.
Yeah.
So it's a fun thing because I also play chess in like external for a team, 8 versus 8. The KNSB. And I remember one time where, it's like 3.5, and I need to, or like it's 3.5, 4, and I need to win to get it going. And I already have like a position, and my opponent starts repeating moves and stuff. And I'm looking at my team coach, like, can I get a draw? He's like, no, you have to win. And it's like 300 points more than me, so I have to press. And then you lose, and then you feel worse because other people have lost before you, so they should feel bad as well. But at that specific moment, you feel kind of bad. But there's one thing I want to talk to you about, Jovanka, which is actually quite funny. It was, when was it? Last week or a few days ago. You were talking with Simon for like an hour long about everything because there was the appeal of Armenia.
Yeah.
So there was one point you were talking about like people getting mad over the board, like about King's Crusher, setting up a position and say mate, and he's like, he almost got a stroke. That was Simon's story. I have a cool one as well. I have a cute one as well. All right. So we're at the club. Okay, just imagine a normal chess club, and there was a younger kid, about 15, 16 years old, 1600 rated, against like one of the top dogs of our club, 2200 rated. So, it's an easy win, you'd say, for that person. And they were sitting and they were getting into an endgame, and White, the 2200, completely winning in the endgame. And the opponent, the 16-year-old kid, he was like, after every move, he was like, draw? Would you like a draw? Draw? And that dude, he got a little attention. Don't ask for a draw again! Silence now! And at that exact move, the white player blundered his rook.
Oh no.
Blundered his rook, and it became a complete draw. So at the end, the draw was set. And look at me. The dude, the 16-year-old kid, was like, told you there was a draw. The dude dots. You like start banging on the hammer. It's so good, Chad. Feels good, man.
Yeah, that's we have there's some funny stories in the Norwegian chess circuit, but they involve
what you can share, you know.
Can I share?
Share what you can share.
Okay. Well, not sure. There was once. I mean, I never met this person, but once in the gangster world, there's a name. Apparently, well, in Norwegian gangster world, there's a name for a person who collects the money, and it's called a torpedo.
A torpedo.
Yeah, yeah. So this person's job is just to go around to people's houses, collect money, and do what they do. And one torpedo decided to take up chess. A big, muscular guy. And it's very, very popular in Norway to have these kind of blitz tournaments where you have if you have rating differences, you have time adjustments. So you get time handicaps. So for instance, if there's like a 500 rating point difference between the two of you, then maybe you'll have 30 seconds on the clock and the other person will have like 5 minutes. And there are a few stories with him being bad-tempered, let's say, and scary bad-tempered. And the arbiter had to tell them, no, just very quietly, please stop. But but just as quickly as the torpedo came into the chess world, he disappeared. So yeah.
All right, big news in a few minutes with the closing ceremony, so we're gonna go on a short break. I hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of the banter that we have. I can go on for hours with you, Jovanka. You're very a pleasant person. She's a very pleasant person. It's the first time doing the online commentary, so you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. So get an easy clap in the chat. We will be back in just a few minutes. Let me get everything set and ready. And then we will bring you the closing ceremony of the online FIDE Olympics. See you guys.
See you guys. Sure. See you. Hello and welcome back. And it is the closing ceremony of the first ever online Olympiad event. Wow, it's been a 1 month of absolutely scintillating chess, 163 countries, masses of fighting spirit, and an online event that I think has captured the hearts and imagination of nearly everyone. With me, I have the captain of the Russian team, Alexander Amotilev, and also co-captains Srinath Narayan and Vidit Gujarati. So welcome. And I also have FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich.
Yes, thank you, Jovanka. I would like to welcome everyone at the closing ceremony of the first ever FIDE Online Olympiad. We had a great competition over more than 1 month with 163 teams participating, a huge event by any standards, and we were able to close the gap between what we had before and between the spectators and normal chess between players who want to play. Of course, it is not a real substitute to over-the-board chess, and we are all hoping to get back to normal as soon as possible and have traditional chess as much as possible. But I think people have been excited throughout those weeks, both playing and watching great chess by great players. We had a few divisions where teams were competing for the spots in the next one, and was a huge fight for third places in all qualification divisions, which shows that it was quite fair competition as well. Everyone had a chance. And we had exciting playoffs, of course, with great teams participating. And I would like to thank both organizers. We had a very successful partnership with Chess.com. We had huge support from our sponsors, Gazprom and Khanty-Mansiyski Autonomous Region, Yugra government, our traditional partners for many years already. I would like to thank the media team. Guys, you made a great job during the Olympiad, and everyone who worked to organize it, arbiters, appeal committee members, technical staff, everyone who was involved. But the biggest thanks, of course, to the players who were patient, who were overcoming all kinds of difficulties, and I would like to thank players also for fair play. We had just a few cases of suspected cheating, and I would like to thank our fair play panel for working efficiently to cure this disease. But we didn't have many again, and that's very good given the scale of the event. I strongly believe that we have the greatest final possible, given the results of both Russia and India, and certainly Russia deserved the victory and had one of the games won during the second match, but India didn't deserve to lose, and didn't deserve to lose by internet disconnect that was unfortunately of global nature. It was not just in those Indian towns. It was not just with players. It was many platforms, many internet resources all over the world during those few hours, and that was very unfortunate for the final match. So I took a very difficult decision to give the gold to both teams. Russia won this gold. India deserved this gold as well. So I think both teams deserve to have this gold in the end. And congratulations to players, to federations, to the captains, of course, of both teams. You can be proud of what you did, and I'm sure that your fans in your countries and countries all around the world are happy about that. Of course, I'm the fan of the Russian team anyway, but as FIDE president, I had to find the right decision in this particular situation. So I had a disconnect between my heart and my brain in this particular situation, but that's what happens sometimes. And I would like to thank everyone for understanding.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to add anything? If not, I'd like to thank absolutely everyone for being
sorry, I forgot to mention one important thing. Of course, we will have all prizes and medals sent to all the teams. We'll have some special prizes that we will decide on during the next few days, including the best game, the best progress from the lowest ranks to higher ranks through the divisions. So we can expect many surprises as well during this prize giving ceremony over the next few days. Thank you.
No, so the prizes will be sent in the post, and it sounds like there will be a variety of prizes with best game, best player, medals, wonderful stuff. I mean, one thing I would like to say about this event, that as a player and both as a commentator, is that it hasn't replaced Over the Board, but it's been such a special event. 163 countries, the whole world captured, it's captured the imagination of the whole world with this sport. Chess is such a beautiful game. And I too would also like to give thank you for the players, for their fighting spirit, for their efforts, for providing us with such beautiful entertainment and drama. I would also like to thank the organizers, FIDE and Chess.com, for their very hard work and for those difficult decisions that have to be made. And finally, to everyone watching, you have made it the most special event ever. Thank you very much. And I certainly would like to see a repeat. Until the next.